and council. We're so thankful for the opportunity we have to enjoy the freedoms of this land and the blessing and responsibility that comes with it. Please be with us tonight that we can work in a spirit of cooperation, and just pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda?
I'm still kind of booting up my computer. We have, we did have that.
Okay. While we're waiting on that, let's go to the open session. If there's any comments from the audience that there's not an open discussion for on the agenda tonight, feel free to come up and state your name and address. We may not be able to respond, but at least we can hear your concern. Or if there is an item on the agenda that's not an open session,
Go ahead.
Reality.
You want me to?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Doug Gordon from Pleasant Grove. I represent my business
Your address.
currently.
Yes.
The living address or P.O. Box.
Living.
All right, 150 North, 125 North Mill Road
Okay.
in Vineyard.
Okay.
I'm representing my business, Utah Grand Finale Fireworks, and I'm located on the dead end part of Garden Way Drive. The last two fireworks seasons during the summer and then during the winter time, New Year's. And it's been brought to my attention. I haven't heard anything about residents complaining, but I had a police officer talk to me that he didn't think he wouldn't want it located on the dead end street anymore. And so what I wanted to do was come before the board instead of just, I kind of wanted it, he doesn't want it, but bring it towards before the city council. And so I passed out a little quick drawing. I didn't know about this meeting until about 2 hours ago. Thank you, Kathy. And so I took some pictures of kind of how the display looked last summer of the tent and things like that of the fireworks season. It's kind of roughly sketched on Garden Way Drive on this entrance. There's two entrances into Water Gardens Theater, and I've got permission, not to affect basically their flow of their customers into their business, and also talked originally to the landowner, but there's still access to the theater on two different entrances and exits, and also there's entrance in case of emergency for the fire department for the property to the west of Water Gardens Theater. So basically, on the bottom side of this, on the south side, it butts up against the railroad tracks and Garden Way Road's there, and then there's a road closed sign that are in these pictures that I passed out. I didn't have time to make copies for everybody, and the size of the tent, and then just the dead end. The dead end of that road of Garden Way Drive. So basically, I just wanted to bring it before you to discuss, or maybe it takes a little bit more time to do some research or something like that to see if this road can continue being closed during the fireworks selling season of 4th of July and the 24th and New Year's. And if so, possibly one of the questions was, if this road was closed, should the city possibly be charging me rent during this time? So I just basically wanted to bring this before you guys.
So you're asking for the council to.
I don't know if you guys vote on it or give me authorization or want to talk it over or set a committee or something like that.
The right way to handle this would be, if you have, this is a permitting request. And so you would probably go through the Community Development Department, which is headed by Ken Young. This is Ken.
Where's Ken? Where's Ken? Yeah, I know Ken.
Yeah. And then he would review your request based on city ordinances. And if it passed, he would help you with the permitting. If it doesn't pass, then there's probably some reasons for that, like being on a public road that you might have to deal with differently.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to get the ball rolling somehow.
Right. But the council isn't in a position to make a decision
Okay.
on this. It would have to come before the council through the staff from a normal process.
Perfect. Okay, perfect.
If you can give us the
Something else.
information he's given you, we'll.
Okay.
Oh, it didn't make it that far?
We'll pass it down.
Okay, just kind of,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for warming it up. I'm Dennis McIntyre, 415 South Loader. Yes, Dennis. Loader Drive. And I just want to talk about our leash laws. It was actually brought to my attention that I'm very confused about our leash law. In fact, most of you probably know that Pleasant Grove does have a leash law. How many in here think that if you were to have your dog out in a public area, that it would need to be on a leash? Just a show of hands, do you think that your dog should be on a leash if you're in a public area, like the canal trail or a public sidewalk? So that was my understanding of it as well. But actually, a Pleasant Grove police officer explained it to me, and I went back and did some research, and the actual code that Pleasant Grove is following actually says, and I'll read from it. Persons owning, keeping, or harboring any dog or cat shall have at all times keep their animals on a leash or under their direct visual supervision. And this is the key, is that direct visual supervision. It does not require that it be on a leash. And I know there's been a lot of controversy on the trail and people who use it. And this is where that situation arose. There are often times where there are dogs without a leash on the trail. And up until yesterday, I was always under the impression, boy, that's not safe. It's, there's kids out there, things like that. People on bikes are riding by. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to bring that up. I don't know what the solution is to that, but it really surprised me that we really don't have a leash law, other than, under normal, you have to be in control of your dog. So anyway, I don't know where to go from here either. So
Did you have an issue?
I'm with you.
Did you have an issue or something that?
I don't really want to talk about that, but
So
Suffice it to say yes, so we.
Yes.
are you looking at saying that?
I was not my dog off a leash. So.
Okay.
Are you looking to say that you would like in
I
the
would-
city of Pleasant Grove for dogs to be required to be on a leash?
I think that there's some safety concerns that I have with our current law. Like I said, I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what the legalities of that are. And I don't know what other cities do. It just was concerning to me that realistically, we don't have a leash law, and people are free to just let their dogs run around as long as they're under their supervision. They're obviously still responsible for them. But I don't know if that goes far enough. So.
Sure.
So Dion, is the canal have rules? Or no matter which city it's in, when that was established, did we have rules that pertain regardless of the city?
For the Murdoch Trail, yes.
Do they have to be leashed on?
They have to be on the leash at all times on the trail and then in any park. They should also.
Any part of the trail?
I was told by a Pleasant Grove police officer quite adamantly that that was not the case. It was, in fact, his dog, not on a leash.
So maybe this is a good time to say, let's turn this over to our staff. And if you could please look at modifying our ordinance.
Do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To modify it to include animals that are leashed on all places. I like that.
Perfect.
Explore and research what other cities are doing.
We'll bring you back options.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for bringing
you.
it to our attention.
Okay, anyone else for the open session? Megan?
Yes,
Okay,
as a matter of staff. So I know you like to know new employees. Josh Curtis is working with me now as an intern for the summer. Cody moved on to bigger and better things. Had a great opportunity. So Josh will be with us for the summer. I'll let him say a little bit about himself. You'll see him out on the road doing data collection for us and other things.
All right, I'm Josh Curtis. I'm a BYU student, just kind of in the middle of my junior year. I grew up in southern Utah, in a town called Parowan. A lot of you might know where that is. It's really small. And I'm excited to work here with Dagan. So
Welcome.
Right?
Good to have you.
Welcome.
Pick a good college.
If you have problems with Mr. Lewis, just let us know.
All right. Okay, anybody else for the open session?
I don't want to be a bean and Pete big spot it, but I just want Donna Jolly, 1380 East, 150 North. I talked last week about my bad road, and I want to thank the city workers and Sid for going up my road, and it was patched last Wednesday, and they even came down and got rid of the gravel. And my neighbor came over and she says, "Oh, that is so nice to have that gravel and everything off the road." So I just wanted to thank everybody who was involved with it.
Bravo.
John Goodman, Street
Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the open session. Now we'll go back to modifications to the agenda.
Yes, so we have item 10B,
Okay,
and it is a public hearing, so we need to move it to a date certain. Continue to a date certain.
is that because it was advertised as a public hearing?
We just need to move it to next week, so we can continue it to May 5th.
Okay, any other changes?
So that's it.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I have one comment about the agenda. Just something that I'd like to have in the back of people's minds. I'm looking at item 9C. You know, I don't like to micromanage, but that's one where I worry that kind of action item on something that's ready for vote doesn't give much notice to people that read our agendas and are looking for whether or not they should come to our meetings.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's
The detail.
Yeah, the level of detail on 9C is an area where I'd like to see us, to the extent that we can, flesh it up more.
Yeah, because normally we do kind of a budget work session every last Tuesday, starting February, March, April. By this time, our budget's pretty close to being done, but we do have just a couple items that we need, individual items that we need direction from the council. So everything on there is really not any different than what we've been discussing. We're just looking for some guidance from the council of whether this is staying in or out. So yes, it's a little nebulous as far as what's stated on here, but it doesn't, we're not discussing really anything new, I guess, in a way. So we can consider, because normally we would just have a budget work session or budget discussion is what it would say. And the only thing we added is we want to maybe make some decisions on some individual items. And the decisions are made whether they're going to be in the budget or not. We don't adopt the budget till actually June. We just want some direction from council on a couple of those items.
Yeah, I just wonder, including like the phrase pre-discussed individual items or something
Yeah,
like
we
that
can
would
do
give more confidence to people. There's not some new thing
Yeah.
being introduced that they haven't heard anything about.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Any other comments on the agenda?
And Mayor, maybe to that point, 9C, I would, it maybe be best to do our public hearings first and then come back to 9C so that we, if there's people here specifically on public hearings, then we sort of have to wait for us to do our budget discussion.
Okay,
That's just a
so
suggestion.
it'll go in between 10C and 11.
Yes. But we still want to keep it under number 9. I would just suggest we go out of order because it does say that we will potentially be taking action.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that we adopt the agenda as written with the continuance of item 10B to May 5th and the relocation of item 9C to after items 10, A, B, and C.
Okay,
I'll second that.
motion by Ben, second by Diana, all in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we have the consent items. Are there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we approve the consent agenda items. And I'll second this.
Okay, we have a motion by Sid and a second by Diana. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right. So I have item 7 down here. Is there any action we're taking on item 7?
No.
None?
Is that the, yeah, no.
No? Okay. So
Unless.
was there an item taken care of last week?
Peter's still down. Oh, yes, we do.
So he wasn't taken care of last week.
Yeah, so we appointed him last week. We forgot to invite him to the meeting and he was gonna be appointed. So we would like him to stand up and introduce himself and tell us about it.
Peter?
So my name is Peter Steele and I live at 644 South, 1050 West. And I am an archaeologist by profession. I work for Horrocks Engineers here in Pleasant Grove, and I work in environmental compliance, mostly for road projects and water projects, things like that. So my dad had a long career in city administration, and I've been interested in local planning and those kinds of issues for a long time. So I volunteered when I saw there was an opening.
How long have you lived in Pleasant Grove?
About 3 months. I just started at Horrocks in January, and we moved down here for that.
Way to get involved quickly.
And prior to that, you lived in PG for?
Yes, I went to high school here in
So you did well,
yeah.
class of
2002.
97. That is good to me, but okay, but so we're still Vikings, it's still.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank
That's
you.
Awesome. So, do you do any like digging around Pleasant Grove?
I actually did a survey for the city up Battle Creek Canyon
Yeah.
last summer. Old water systems, both the cities
Great.
and
No bones.
Did you find
No.
any kind of relics from ancient civilizations?
just an old hydroelectric power system from the around 1910.
That's cool though.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So.
That's awesome. Well, we're excited to have you on board.
Thank you. I'm excited
Thank
too.
you.
Okay, item 8A, we have a presentation from our North Utah County Transit Staff.
My name is Chad Eccles. I'm from Mountain Land Association of Governments. We're the regional metropolitan planning organization for Utah County. Sounds like a mouthful, but what we do is we we're governed by a committee of mayors. Mayor Daniel sits on our board, and the county commissioners, and we direct the regional transportation and plan for those needs that need to happen over the next 20 years in the future. So a big part of our process is every 4 years we prepare our long-range plan. What you have before you, I've just handed out, is actually a pamphlet from our last long-range plan, so it's a little dated, 4 years old. We're currently in the process of reapproving our next plan, which should happen in June of this year. So we're actually in a process, and I'll do a little plug that we're having a public hearing at MAG's offices tomorrow night for that, if anyone's interested in talking about our long-range transportation plan. That'll be at 5:30 in our offices in Orem there. So anyway, I'm here tonight to report on a study that MAG has undertaken with the Utah Transit Authority to look at how transit functions in the north part of Utah County. And so to that end, I have a PowerPoint. I assume this will work to move slides.
Down arrow will take you forward.
Okay, down there, a little instruction. That's great. And this was a collaborative process where UTA and Mountain Land worked together to look at a few specific items in the North County and how we can enhance our transit, because we know our transit needs to be enhanced. It's hard to get places. It's hard to have the buses get where you need to. It works for some people, but we're trying to mature the system so it's more effective for all of us. So just kind of a quick, I'll give you an overview of the study and the stakeholders, and this is kind of what the presentation will cover. First of all, it was a joint effort by Mountain Lands, the Utah Transit Authority, and we had 4 tasks that we really wanted to cover. First, we were concerned that we have a preponderance of new businesses that are locating right around the Lehigh commuter rail station. And how do we get people off the train and to their office? It's that last mile to get there. And how do we get them there effectively so that they will use the train? We've already spent and invested this money on the commuter rail alignment. We want to use it effectively. So we looked at circulator routes that could serve those areas and get people to and from that train station in Lehigh. Then we started looking at north-south light rail. We know it's coming. You probably are aware that UTA already owns the right-of-way that comes through Pleasant Grove. So it's nice to have it preserved and know that in the future there will be a transit line that will be there. And we wanted to look at what the timing of that would be and where stations might be. And this is very preliminary. Light rail is still quite a few years out in the future, but we just wanted to kind of take a look at it so we could plan ahead for it and hopefully provide some feedback so you as a city can anticipate that and see how you would like to plan the area around those station locations. Then the third thing we looked at was an east-west line. We know that Eagle Mountain has one of the greatest geographical declaration areas for their city. So if they, barring water and a lot of limitations that are out there, if they actually do grow, they could become larger than Provo City. And so you look at that and think, in the anticipation of that kind of growth that could happen, what can we do to preserve a line right away that will be less impactful for transit when it goes out there in the future? So we started exploring with Lehigh and Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain where they would like that alignment to be so they could work with us to preserve that. So we're not having to disrupt neighborhoods and do that for a new line in the future some years ahead. And then the last thing we looked at was the development of an expanded route network. We know their buses are here, but how do we get them better? How do we get them into areas that we don't have them? How can we provide better service and coverage? Obviously, that was something we'll grow into over time, but we wanted to have a forward look at what cities could do also to be more transit friendly or prepared for that kind of investment. So all the cities that were involved pretty much covered the north part of the county, everywhere from Orem up. And I want to really give a lot of appreciation to your staff here. Dagan has been very involved, and so is Ken in our study. And we met here occasionally in this room and had times where we were able to bring the cities together to collaborate and talk about things. And we appreciate that effort and that cooperation. Again, these results will go into our long-range transportation plan. It has gone that far already. As we prepare our new plan, the results of this study have been brought into that planning process so that we can work towards that in the future. We looked at population density, we looked at employment density, we inventoried activity centers, employment, looked at existing transit ridership, how it functions, and we started forecasting a build-out scenario. What does it look like when the county fills? Right now, we're at about 560,000 people or so in Utah County, but by 2040, we'll be over 1 million. And you look at 1 million is about the population where Salt Lake County is right now. And you look at the more robust, not only road infrastructure network, but the transit network and say, how do we prepare ourselves to handle that type of population growth? And so that's what we're attempting to do in this study. First, the circulator analysis, just kind of quickly, this is a little bit hard to read. They're color coded. There's a green, blue, and a red and an orange route that kind of goes around. And we looked at how that would facilitate getting people from that Lehigh station. I think this might be a laser pointer. I'm going to hope it is. There's a laser. This is right here where the Lehigh station is for commuter rail. And we wanted to see how these routes could, in the near term, start to function. So we added some in for midterm. So kind of that develops and gets bigger. And then again, for a longer term solution that kind of circulates through the north part of the county. And then we looked at north-south light rail, which I think is probably going to have your greatest interest right now. And looked at the potential alignments and what the travel demand was for it, where the station location was, and how we might recommend to phase that or build that project over time, because it's going to be a pretty expensive project. And we want to make sure that we're doing it in the right time so that I'm all about trying to build projects when they make sense and when they're going to enhance our economic development potential for the county and our quality of life. So we wanted to, as part of this purpose for the north-south light rail question, we want to look at strengthening the transit connections, providing local high-frequency transit service on the corridor, and reducing the vehicle miles traveled and helping improve air quality. We wanted to maximize transit access at high employment areas and college campuses, support population employment growth and revitalization, create a more walkable connection to quality transit services. Pedestrians are always involved in the transit process. That's somewhere along the way you become a pedestrian. We want to make sure that it's connected by trails and by good access. Support local land use and economic development goals. So that was how your staff was very helpful to us, is understanding what was happening in Pleasant Grove and what ways we could complement that by our planning process. And serving transit-dependent riders. We know there are some people that transit is their mode to get to where they need to get to. And so we want to help facilitate that. And then also promote and attract the new businesses. We're seeing so much growth right there that's, I guess, called the Silicon Slopes area of Adobe, in that area right there. We want to make sure that we're enhancing that. And a lot of the reason Adobe put their office where it was because of proximity to a commuter rail station. We want to enhance that as well. So we looked at potential alignments, and it gets a little, the way we did this was kind of a code. You can kind of see there's an A and a B. So as we looked at the light rail alignment on the north part, it comes out of Draper and over Point of the Mountain, and then comes south along State Street, basically through American Fork. There really hasn't been much change in that alignment. Everybody kind of agrees that's where it should be. And then as we came to look in the south portion, kind of right here in Pleasant Grove, there was an idea that this alignment could maybe leave the existing right-of-way and travel along State Street at some point and become a State Street operational light rail line. So we studied a few alternatives, and you can see where these alternatives, so you kind of have A, B, C maybe, and then a couple of different ideas through Orem. Orem's looking at bringing it along State Street in the downtown, if there is a downtown area of Orem. It's more University Mall area, but trying to see how that might function in their future. So this, as you can see, we've now created this great code, this ABC1A, which is really catchy, of course. But its idea is that it comes over Point of the Mountain, and this goes C, and then 1 goes out here by the Vineyard Station, which is where commuter rail actually runs. It makes a transfer there, and then comes into the intermodal center in Orem. This one, when we projected it using our computer models, it showed about 17,000 riders on that. And that was one of our best performing at that point. This is in 2040, so it's not current year, but it's future year ridership. When we have another one where we looked at 8th West, came along here and then down right here through 8th West area of Orem, and it dropped a little bit more. And then we did another one that ran right along State Street, and it also dropped a little bit more. So we kind of learned from that the best way to do it is, at this point, to stay on the corridor where we were looking at. So we're sharing that information. These things can change as land use changes or different things happen in the communities. That could change. If you had higher density along that corridor in different places, you'd have higher ridership gains in the future. But at this point, that's where we kind of see the network going right now.
Was that ridership, is that annual or monthly, or what was that?
Daily.
Daily?
Yeah. Yeah. So this kind of just gives you a summary of that. You'd see the speeds would be higher on the existing corridors and lower when you get on the streets, because you're dealing with traffic lights and all the traffic things along the way. And then you have future needs, but you also have some current needs in some of the areas where it's more built out. So just kind of gives you a summary of all those things. Then we looked at station locations. Where would we want to see these stations locate in the future? And again, we had some criteria: expand existing and planned land use. We looked at site constraints, and we looked at pedestrian access, vehicular access, bike access, and other transit connections. We originally came up with 47 potential station sites. Now that looks ridiculous, and we would never, ever really contemplate a system like that, because it would take you forever to write it. And we looked at all those stations as possibilities. We held a workshop with several key stakeholders in the area and invited citizens and businesses and government to come and participate and give us feedback on that. And we had them kind of place dots on there, as well as look at the criteria around it. So kind of an idea, if you're looking at a station analysis, this is the location in downtown American Fork at First East and First North. This is we consider a pretty good location for a station. You can see it's walkable to downtown. It's got jobs, housing, good transit connections. It has what we call the elements of 4 Ds: density, design, diversity, and destinations. And those are really the things that draw transit riders to a location. So that was considered a good example. Another good example in the future is the SR 92 right across from Adobe on State Road 92 would be another good location as a future location for a light rail line. So we took all the 47 stations, and then we there's just some more examples of other good stations. we started basing them and bringing them down a little bit and looked at the preferred alignment and, oops, sorry, I hope this goes back. Ended up with about 21 station locations that we would recommend to go forward as stations that would probably function on the light rail line. So you can see a couple here on 2nd South and Pleasant Grove Boulevard. You actually have 3 stations within the boundaries of Pleasant Grove that are very good and would be preferred station sites. So again, we're looking way into the future. This isn't anything immediate. It's not anything that's happening right away, but just as we consider future growth and the years ahead, these would be sites that we would want to continue to work with your staff to look at and to refine and see what makes sense in the future. If there's any questions about those at all.
Any questions?
Okay. We'll go on quickly through the rest of it. We also looked at phasing, realizing that maybe it made sense to phase it. Maybe we would do a phase 1 almost down to Pleasant Grove and then do a phase 2 that would go further south in future years. That's all still up in the air based on funding and availability and demand and what we see as a valid project. So that'll all be something we'll talk about and have many conversations about in the years to come. We looked at the entire network and lots of lines are provided. We talk about commuter rail south. We talk about BRT lines and lots of things. And we wanted just to give an idea of if we modeled them all as light rail in our computer model, which is we have a calibrated model that tells us how routes produce and what they do, what would be good routes to do. So you can see some of the ones that make sense. The commuter rail to Payson draws about 7,000. You can see that light rail from Draper to Orem is our best performing. If it were as modeled. So it really is one of our better lines to look at in our future. So as we look at that and think of daily traffic, daily use, that's important. So just kind of just a show about transit modeling a little bit. We use it a lot to determine ridership. We use the same thing to determine how our roads function and those things. So it's something we use a lot in our processes. And then quickly through east-west transit. This is where we've worked with Lehigh, Saratoga Springs, and Eagle Mountain to talk about how light rail might go into their communities. We wanted, again, to have the transit connections and look at corridors that were important and looked at all the alternatives that we had identified. Our key objectives were to evaluate east-west transit alternatives so that corridors can be preserved with a realistic mode and function to be included in the regional transportation plan. That's our 20-year plan. So we consider midterm and long-term projects as well as ultimate corridor needs in the build-out. This was really effective for us. Years ago, we worked with Lehigh to look at road corridors and how to preserve those. And the corridors this is the early 90s, we looked at, identified 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing as corridors to preserve. And Lehigh actually worked with us to preserve and keep those corridors open so that we were able to build them at a minimal cost and minimal impact, not have to take down buildings or disrupt neighborhoods and those type of things. So it's a good method as we do this, and we're hoping to keep that, be smart in our growth and our planning. So as we looked at that, we looked at where the east-west connections wanted to go. We found desire lines of where people wanted to travel to. We realized the primary corridor for Eagle Mountain was to get to the American Frontrunner Station. And the secondary corridor was to get to the Lehigh. You kind of have people who are out there have trips that split. Some go to Salt Lake and some go to Provo. But we're seeing the growth happening a little bit more on the Provo side, but still pretty strong growth to Salt Lake. And so we're looking and making sure those connections are held well for them. And then we want to look at densities around those connection points and make sure that that's a good corridor to pick up people along. So we started talking about a bus rapid transit line potentially, or a high frequency bus connection that would go from Lehigh to the Lehigh station, maybe Saratoga Springs area. And then look at maybe a corridor that would be probably like a light rail that would go on the primary corridor in the future. And as we talked with Lehigh, and I'll show you some of our examples. First of all, just to let you know about BRT. BRT is a mode that we see happening all across the United States. It actually acts like light rail, but as a fraction of the cost of light rail. So it's been really beneficial for people to see that in different areas, and cities around the country are picking that up right now. It has dedicated lanes, enhanced stations. You get your tickets before, so it's fast, frequent, and it has that ability to really function well in areas that we see high demand. And so just so you know that, and we looked at the key differences of these locations. and said, how do we connect each of these points to these nodes with this type of connection? So as we did this, one of our recommendations was to look at going along what we call Pony Express. It's a road that's not developed yet, and then connect through Saratoga Springs out to Eagle Mountain and then down to the town center. And as we worked with the cities, that became their preferred option. We met with a lot of employers. We had about 30 attendees of employers that were there, and also local officials that came and gave us comment and feedback, and that came back to be our preferred alignment. We found out that from our workshops, most people are concerned about the ability to fund the recommendations of the transit projects. That's, of course, key. None of us want to, have things that don't work. We want to make sure that we have good projects that are built well. And regarding the north-south light rail, most are not beholden to a specific alignment, but they'd rather build where there's more ridership. So it's a productivity-driven alignment, and that's good. Regarding east-west, most would like to see light rail or BRT as we looked out in Eagle Mountain going back east-west through that area. So as we looked at the alternatives and we came up with the recommended one, this one in the future years would deliver this is total system, including light rail and these different corridors, about 22,000 riders a day would be what it would do. So it would reduce, for single occupant vehicle trips, it would reduce about almost 14,000 trips. Is what we hope to see. So that's kind of presentation, a little bit about what we did in our study. I don't know if you have any questions about that at all. We're going to undertake a South County transit study. The mayors in the South County have asked us to come do the same thing. And so we're looking to always develop and improve our transit network and our road network as we can.
I have one quick question. You mentioned that there's a concern about, that one of the top concerns you heard was funding sources for BRT and other kinds of UTA transit solutions. And that's a concern I hear frequently. Pleasant Grove tends to be avoided by a lot of the current routes. And I wonder if there's not solutions that are available where communities that have the greatest impact from the rail systems and the bus systems could be the primary contributors to those infrastructural improvements.
Mm-hmm.
Have you explored that? Do you have any thoughts on that and how to solve this question of, BRT issue is a controversial issue countywide right now.
Right.
What are your thoughts?
What we've seen, I heard the same things. Before I worked for Mountain Land, I worked for UTA, and we were involved in the initial TRAX line. And the same kind of thing happened there, where we saw communities saying, why are we paying for that? It doesn't go through my city. What are we doing? And then it became an operation, and we projected then that there'd be 14,000 riders a day. It opened at 18 and hasn't looked back, and now about 50,000 people a day ride TRAX. And the network has grown and expanded. And what we've been able to do there is it's actually delayed and taken some of the impact off of I-15. And so you see that, and really the other communities in the valley have all benefited from the availability of TRAX use. And it's been something that is more regionally felt than you would think. And so initially you think there's direct impacts, but those impacts do extend way, way beyond that.
Other questions for Chad? Okay, Chad, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me be here today.
What is the next step for the city of Pleasant Grove?
I think the next step, results of this study have gone into the long-range transportation plan. And so as you see that plan develop, it will have a light rail line shown there, and this will be background work for that. We'll continue to work with your staff to talk about station locations as you have development and see your master planning efforts move forward in years to come. We want to make sure that this is a consideration and work and help you with that. And UTA has some transit-oriented development people that they can have come in, and you can talk about that type of development as you're interested. And it's a great place to put density and things around these transit stops so they can function well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 9A, these are under action items ready for vote. Item A is to consider awarding Gerber Construction the Blue Energy Microhydro Project Construction Award.
Right, this is an item we've talked about quite a bit in recent weeks, but so this is the project to actually finally construct the microhydro project at the mouth of Battle Creek Canyon. It would be a project that would generate electricity from the water that flows through there. Rocky Mountain Power has agreed to net meter, in other words, purchase that the power that's produced there from the city, and we would use that as a credit against the power costs that we incur with our water fund and pumping costs. So what's on the agenda is just to award the contract to Gerber Construction, who was the low bidder. I've included a bid sheet and their actual bid. Don't know if you have any questions specifically. I would recommend, there is a final approval from DOE, which I'm expecting. We talked to them last week, and I would expect it hopefully by the end of this week to finalize that budget. So I can recommend that we would award the bid contingent or pending the approval of DOE. Well, once we get approval from DOE and we award the bid to Gerber, there's no reason they couldn't start within a week. I mean, David might know better than I would, but within just a few weeks. And yeah, and it would, I think there's like a 60-day construction time. It'll go pretty quick, and by the end of the summer, it'll be built.
So the amount is $535,300 even?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we consider awarding Gerber Construction the Blue Energy Micro Hydro Project Construction Award.
Second.
In the amount of?
Whatever you just stated.
That amount, and if we could, pending final DOE approval on the budget.
Can you amend it? Sorry.
Sorry, what?
He asked if you would add pending final DOE approval.
Yes.
And then in the
Pending
amount
final
of.
DOE approval.
Thank you.
And we have a second. We have a motion by Cindy and a second by Sid. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item 9B is to consider for approval the request of Francis D. Eichbush for a vacation of lots 7 and 8 of Chloe's Cove subdivision plat A and create lots 9 and 10 of Chloe's Cove subdivision plat B, located at approximately 1227 west, 2180 north in the R120 zone.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this item has gone through the process with the city with recommendation for, well, actually approval of the preliminary plat by the Planning Commission at their recent meeting. It is now coming forward to you in a final plat format. Just a little bit of background on this. This Chloe's Cove subdivision was originally approved in 2009, and there was a deeding of property that the city was unaware of this little strip right here. So the property owner of this property right here initially did not own this strip, and through this platting process, this little strip here, which was created when the road took a bend here to kind of take advantage of the shape of the property so that they could develop it into other lots. The strip was deeded to that property owner. Well, she decided she didn't want it. She didn't want to maintain it. It wasn't a part of her original yard. So she talked to her neighbor to the north, and he decided that he would be willing to take it over and landscape it and maintain it, which he has done. So when you go down that street right now, there is a good amount of nice landscaping that has been installed there. So it has been transferred by deed to this property owner, but it was never done according to our platting process. So because of that, the city, when we found out about the situation, required that these two lots be replatted with the lot lines drawn so that the property to the north now will make that a part of his property. Even though it's an odd shaped piece of our parcel of ground, it still meets the minimum requirements for the parcels in that zone.
Can you speak a little more to the mic?
Sorry.
Sorry.
So with that, we are recommending approval with this. It is a simple subdivision of 2 lots, just exchanging the lot lines between the 2 properties.
Any questions for Ken? Okay, any discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Make the motion that we approve the request of Francis C. Eckbush for vacation of lots 7 and 8 of Chloe's Cove subdivision plat A and create lots 9 and 10 of Chloe's Cove subdivision plat B, located at approximately 1227 west, 2180 north, in the R120 zone.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Sid and a second by Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
Doesn't it matter, no, I don't think it matters, that's actually Northfield's neighborhood.
Was that a question for me?
It's actually Northfield's neighborhood.
It says Manila on the,
Oh, okay.
Is that a problem for our notice?
As far as the neighborhood, no, the address
The
is not
address is-
correct.
Okay, 9C has been moved to after 10C and 11, between 10C and 11. So we'll move on to section 10, and these are action items that have public discussion. Action item 10A is a continued public hearing to consider for adoption an ordinance 2015-16B, amending the Pleasant Grove City Municipal Code Section 10-14-24-1-C, permitted and conditional uses to allow reception centers in the Grove Zone Commercial Sales Subdistrict.
Okay, so this item has come forward to the city council in a continued item because it wasn't ready earlier. It has gone through the process of public hearing with the planning commission. So the request basically is to allow within the Grove Zone Commercial Sales Subdistrict the opportunity to do a reception center. At the planning commission level, there was a concern that reception centers are not sales tax generating businesses, and that if we open this up to allow anywhere to occur or without some type of limitation, that could be a potential problem. I think the planning commission has also jumped on the same concerns that the city council has had in regards to the Grove Zone and not wanting to give away too much land to non-sales tax generating businesses. So with that, they did review this and made some additional recommendations to the request that was made. So the request was that we add land use 6399, which is a general category that allows a lot of different types of uses, but adding the verbiage reception center only to that that category, but then also adding it in as a conditional use. So then that received some staff recommendations that was brought forward to the planning commission. One of which is that it be located, the reception centers cannot be located on the ground level, and that they not occupy more than 50% of the total square footage of the building where they're located. That's how it came forward to planning commission. And also that it must be accompanied by an active use or permitted use in the zone. So it's not a standalone type of a situation. Now the request for background is coming from Aroma Tools, and they do have a meeting space upstairs in their building, which they planned all along to use for their own business functions. But they determined that this space was not in full-time use for that function, and so that they would like to be able to use it as a reception center as well. However, when they asked the city after they had already made plans to do that, they found out that it wasn't already a permitted use. So this is their request to have it added in. So the zone, again, or the sub-district of if you can see the orange areas, the commercial sales sub-district is the largest sub-district in the Grove Zone. And so we didn't want to open this up as a use generally permitted throughout that entire zone without some type of limitation. So looking at the we'll skip through this quickly, but this is the Aroma Tools business. Now, this is just how they would apply this, but that is not specific. The request is not specific to their building. So it is the second floor of this building. By adding this in as a conditional use, they will have to come back to the Planning Commission, who will review their situation and determine if there's sufficient parking or other needs that might need to be mitigated to approve a conditional use permit. So I guess that was all we had on the slides. So with that, the request or the recommendation by staff was to limit it to 50% of the overall square footage of the building. And the Planning Commission had two meetings where they reviewed that, and they ultimately came up with the recommendation to limit it to only 20% of the square footage of the building, which it was affirmed with the applicant that that works for them. And the Planning Commission felt comfortable that this was a good way to limit that type of use in that zone. So with that, the recommendation at 20% and not on the ground floor, and that it be associated with another permitted, active permitted use. That with that, it is a recommendation for approval to amend the ordinance to allow for this use.
So can you clarify, you said we don't get any sales tax. I thought there was some sales tax on food when it's a reception center. There is absolutely no sales tax.
Well, a reception center is something that caters to private functions. Right. So there's going to be a fee involved with the person who's renting out space to hold the event. But there's not a sales tax that's generated from that private event. Now, if it was to be an open center where you're involving the public to come in and there's an admission fee charged for food, then yes, there would be some tax generated from that.
So for a wedding, when they purchase food for the reception, that's still just considered private, there's no sales tax? Do they pay
Well,
sales tax to
I
the
think they
caterer?
likely purchase the food through a caterer
And
and
the
pay the
sales
sales
tax
tax.
is wherever.
Yeah. So wherever that business is located gets the sales tax, and then if they,
So can we require them to do the catering?
it would be nice, yeah. The culinary crafts, that's where you gotta go.
The fine print.
Other questions?
No, I like this. Because I think even though it's only 20%, it's still giving the property owner a little bit of flexibility in the use they want to have for the building, as well helping, our plight, to get more sales tax. So I know it's a really creative solution. I like that. Dual use, and it seems like it benefits both parties, so I like that.
Other questions or comments for Ken? It's a public hearing. Why don't we go ahead and open it up? If there's anyone from the public that would like to talk about this subject, please come up and state your name and address.
Or anyone from the owners of the Aroma Tools? I know they wouldn't be here because it's not their agenda item, but. No?
Well, it actually is their application.
Oh, okay. No one's here.
So yeah, I'm surprised we don't have them here. They were in attendance to the Planning Commission meetings.
So just, I don't know if this is the time they let me comment. It seems like people are not attending their own items. You know what I'm saying lately? The one before this, were they here? Anybody here from that agenda item prior?
For Chloe's Cove.
Yeah, it just seems like, are we making an effort to suggest that they be here if there's any questions that we need to ask or that type of thing? I would like to.
We normally do.
Yearly require it that
I think
we wouldn't discuss it, but-
maybe we need to coordinate better with Kathy, because I know that a lot of times she will contact the applicants for city council and we contact the applicants for planning commission, but maybe we need to coordinate better, make sure that that's happening.
See the people here. I know it's their free agency whether they come or not, but it would be nice to have.
Sure.
Maybe answer if we do have questions or
Scared them away.
I don't know. I know at one stage, I think we, like, if they weren't here, we wouldn't discuss it. So
And that
I
is
don't
your
know if we need
opportunity
go
to
that
do
far.
so if you wanted to continue it and wait until they come.
No, I'm not saying that now, but I don't know, I'd like to encourage the applicants and the people to be here. That's my personal.
We'll try to do better with that.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back up here for further discussion.
I have another question that's kind of unrelated to the substance, but look at the staff report. This looks like it was the staff report for the planning commission rather than the council.
Okay, that very well could be. I thought we had two of them done. Unfortunately, I was gone last week when this would have been sent in, and so I did not check to make sure the right one got sent in. It probably was an error on staff part. Apologize for that. Okay, yeah, I did send Kathy the updated one on Monday.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we approve an ordinance, or we adopt ordinance 2015-16B, amending the Pleasant Grove City Municipal Code section 10-14-24-1-C, permitted and conditional uses to allow reception centers in the Grove Zone Commercial Sales Subdistrict.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Sid and a second by Diana. By voice, Ben,
Yes.
Sid,
Yes.
Cindy,
Yes.
Diana.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move to, now, did we continue 10B?
We did. We need to formally do that by action. We got to move right now. Mayor, I move that we continue item 10B, resolution 2015-011, authorizing you to sign a utility easement agreement between Pleasant Grove City and Pacific Corp and Oregon Corp doing business as Rocky Mountain Power to construct, reconstruct, operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, enlargement, and removal of electric power distribution and commercial communication lines and all necessary desirable accessories at upper improvements. Property located at the south side of 500 South at approximately 350 West. Continued to May 5th.
Motion by Ben,
I'll second it.
second by Diana, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 10C is a public hearing to consider for adoption an ordinance 2015-17 regarding the request of Aaron Freeman to amend city code section 10-14-24-1-C to add land use code number 6377, climate controlled indoor storage unit facilities as a conditional use to the Grove Zone Commercial Sales Subdistrict.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this item you have seen before. It came to you a little bit ago. I'll give a brief history of what's happened here. The city received an application from the applicant on February 5th to be able to add in, sorry, I'm not talking loud enough, to add into the code the ability to have general storage and warehousing in the commercial sales subdistrict of the Grove Zone as a conditional use. It was taken forward to the Planning Commission on March the 12th, and it was at that time that staff recommended that it be limited to not general storage, but to the 6377 use, which is the indoor climate controlled storage facilities. At that time, the Planning Commission forwarded it on to the Planning Commission with a positive, to the City Council with a positive recommendation. In between that time and the City Council meeting, the applicant made some revisions to their request. And so staff didn't have enough time to give good review of that. And so when it came forward, it was to the City Council on March 31st. City Council remanded the item back to the Planning Commission for further review. So on April the 23rd, last week.
Wait, sorry, can we swap out his, can we swap out mics? Because there's people in the back room can't hear. Thanks.
Hopefully that works better.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. On April 23rd, the Planning Commission met and reviewed the revised request and made their recommendations at that time, bringing it forward to you. So the proposal as reviewed by the Planning Commission is that number 6377, climate controlled indoor storage facilities, be conditionally approved or added as a conditional use. That initially it was a 200-foot setback for storage, and less than 50% of the project area could be used as storage. That was the original proposal is put together with staff's help. Their modified request brought it to the climate controlled and to allow storage facilities to be built to the standard 25-foot setback if the bottom floor of the building was used for retail or office permitted uses. So rather than pushing all storage back 200 feet or any amount, that the second floor could be used for storage facilities. And that a 75-foot setback would be put into place for any storage facilities that were on the bottom floor. So recommendations that came out of this through both staff review and planning commission reviews that storage uses must be accompanied by an active use in the zone's permitted uses, that they be allowed as a conditional use only on properties within the sales subdistrict that are located west of North County Boulevard and north of 150 West. So that was one concern that was brought up by City Council, that we didn't want to be opening up this entire subdistrict for storage units. So this is the area by map showing the recommended area of application for this particular use. So again, you've got North County Boulevard right here. So on the west side of North County Boulevard, which if you recall recently we approved a used car sales lot, which is in place right along through here. So just going down to this point, the future alignment of 150 South Street would be the southernmost area of this proposed area of application, which would be just above where the current Mayfield apartments are being constructed. So it is a fairly limited area where this could be applied. It is within that area that the applicants are proposing to build their storage facilities.
Okay. Questions for Ken?
I do have information if you wanted to see on the particular proposal. One thing I did want to point out, and we may want to have clarification on this, is this is their proposed use of the property. So they have this building here, which would include the retail office on the front part on the bottom floor of this building. Behind that and above the first floor would be the storage indoor climate controlled facilities. But then they are also doing these other units which would have exterior access, which are climate controlled. And so the question has come up, do we include that into our indoor climate controlled facilities because they're climate controlled, or do we look at those differently than something that has an interior access into the storage unit? I guess that's a question that I have for the council. If you have a concern with these back units not having an interior access to the storage unit.
Are they on the ground floor?
Ground level, each having their own garage door, but they are climate controlled units.
And they're one level, they're just.
One level.
Level storage units. Is this part of the original proposal?
Yes.
Did the planning commission have any comments on that aspect?
There were no concerns brought up at that time, but I think in further review before we brought it to you, the question came up, is that going to be a concern?
So is that, where that first building on the west begins, that 75 foot setback?
This would be the 75-foot setback area right here. So they would have bottom floor storage units here and everything back behind it. This area here would have bottom floor retail and office.
But we're just.
You're not approving this site plan. It will come back to you as a site plan, so you would have further review at that time. But if you have a concern about including these types of units into the general category of indoor climate controlled storage facilities, then we would like to know.
Well, that raises a kind of an interesting twist, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we really delved into any discussion prior to this about ground level storage, other than storage in general was not what the council was looking for in the area. The solution that was proposed, be it different than what the planning commission originally heard, was creative. but it was presented as a second floor storage, and it was ancillary to the first floor. So the impression was given at that time that the entire first floor would be some form of commercial, be it commercial sales or commercial use, as opposed to storage. And when you introduce this particular picture, superimposed on top of what it is we're being asked to approve, it's actually a very small portion of the area and of the building that is being used for commercial retail or commercial whatever.
Yes.
And the vast majority of the property, in fact, is being used for storage.
That's correct. And this site plan was looked at and reviewed by the Planning Commission. There was not particular concerns brought out as to how that's laid out there. But the previous recommendation made by staff of no more than 50% of the property being used for storage was dropped in favor of the revised request. And that was reviewed by Planning Commission. They were okay with the revised request, which permits this.
So the revised, sorry.
So I guess what I'm just trying to make sure that we take this in context. We're not here to review this particular site plan. But introducing the site plan and understanding that the site plan fits within the scope of what is being requested, and that's the revision, I think it sheds light on what it is we are actually being asked to approve. The way that this could develop out in the entire sub-district.
Yes.
Mayor, my question was, with regard to this proposal, the original request was for general storage units in the area, which the council said you weren't interested in. So the modified request was for indoor climate-controlled storage units, which to me the definition is what's in the front. It's all enclosed in one building, it's secure and is climate controlled. It appears to me that what the site plan is trying to do is to mix the two different land uses. And in my opinion, if the council chooses to adopt the land use code that's being suggested, that's the only type of storage that would be permitted in the zone. Now, I understand the applicant would be arguing that because those are climate controlled in the back, they fit the definition. But I think that's something that our planning department needs to flesh out a little bit more in terms of what is the difference between the two codes and how are we going to interpret that definition?
And then with respect to the 50% requirement that staff had recommended, at what point was that discussed and modified?
It was discussed. Now, you'll remember that the Planning Commission had reviewed this at two different occasions, initially before it came to you, and then it was remanded back to them. So what they reviewed initially was including the 50% requirement. And so they were okay with it at that time. So it's kind of, and then the whole request was revised and reviewed again. And so then it's just a different picture. I'll just offer my own opinion. I don't feel this is the best use or interpretation of the use that's been brought forward. I don't want to say I disagree with Planning Commission, but in a way I do.
So I have a question. Right now, the code does not allow for storage units at all in that area.
Right.
Climate control or otherwise.
Right.
Okay, other comments before we go to public hearing?
I'm concerned about it. In my mind, they're just saying that because the ones in the back are climate controlled, that falls into it, but it's not, it doesn't meet the rest of the regulations of the project. Because it doesn't have, commercial or retail or anything. It's, in my mind, they're justifying the ones in the back just because they're gonna call them climate controlled. And it doesn't meet the intent of what we were, the direction that we were going in.
So I think what Tina had said was what we're looking at as far as a site plan, we're not really considering this evening.
No.
But if there's an interpretation that would be permissible under what we're approving. It's not. There would need to be clarification from staff that indoor means indoor is what I'm understanding.
That's correct, Mayor. I think what this appears to be doing is mixing the two types of storage land uses, and they're different in the numbers for a reason. So I would be looking to our planning department to sort of help make that determination when you're looking at the land use of indoor climate control. What does that include?
And I think that's what we're trying to clarify here, not from an approval or non-approval of the site plan,
Right.
but from the law that's about to be, agreed upon or not. That doesn't fit what the description is here that's presented to us.
Right. So if you wanted to send it back to staff for further clarification, we can do that. I'm comfortable in saying that my interpretation of indoor storage units is exactly what Tina has brought up. It would reflect this building right here. So I think if you were comfortable with the proposal that would include that type of facility, then I would say we're okay to go forward with that. That may not meet the applicant's desire, but if that's what you're comfortable with, we could go forward with that.
I think there's a second element here, and I could be wrong on this, but the impression the last time this was in front of us, it was a second story for the storage units. It wasn't on the first floor. That's the impression that I had when this particular request was brought forward the last time.
Okay, I guess I'm not.
We were talking about climate-controlled storage units on the second floor of a facility that was on the first floor commercial.
Yes, and that's what is being proposed here.
And I thought that what was proposed here was the first X number of feet on the first floor would be commercial, and the back half of that building
Right.
would be storage.
So when it came forward to you before, the setback requirement for any storage units on the bottom floor was 200 feet. The revised request made that 75 feet. So that allowed a portion of this building to have storage units on the bottom floor. But you're right in what you say, but the change occurred with the revision of the request.
Okay. Just so I'm clear. Thank you.
And I'm also wondering if they're very similar to the Aroma Tools building, if there's some kind of percentage that can be allocated to the property that says, this percentage of the property has to be commercial and.
Yeah, and I think that's where we were headed from a staff perspective with our recommendations initially, but it kind of got washed out through the process. What I see here is really what we've got is the commercial office space that's up front is very subsidiary to the primary use, which is storage. And I'm not sure if that meets the vision of what we're looking for.
Cindy, I'm sorry, did you have?
No, I think we're on the same page.
Anybody else?
I'm concerned with it, yeah.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and open it up for public discussion? If there's anyone else that would like to discuss this particular item, please come up and state your name and address. Oh, David. I thought you were gonna-
I would ask that like 100 miles an hour.
I actually had a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if that's still.
Yes, actually, if you want,
If that-
more of your project, if you wanted to.
What is your name, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Aaron Freeman, 3940 North Traverse Mountain. And I just wrote some notes, and I had a PowerPoint presentation as well. Our intention isn't to sabotage the Grove District. When searching for a self-storage site, irregular, odd-shaped lots can be beneficial to the developer and also the city based on its limited use on this particular parcel. I've personally read countless meeting minutes in an effort to understand the area and ultimate vision of Pleasant Grove. My proposed site plan and renderings are a result of information from these minutes as it relates to the need of Pleasant Grove community and a desire for not only responsible growth, but the ability to preserve open area as well. I understand retail is a hot button, and I have no doubt in the future Pleasant Grove could potentially be a top retail destination. But for this particular parcel, many challenges arise, including the unique odd-shaped lot coupled with the large pond located just feet off the frontage road. Regardless of your decision, and I think it's important to consider these hindrances that a typical retail developer would be up against. Let me see here. Oops. So this is, you know, at the end of the day, this is a self-storage facility. We're not trying to sugarcoat it. We wanted to incorporate retail. We thought it could be a good fit for the entire project. You know, and where we came up with the 75 feet setback was simply based on the 25-foot setback and then a 50-foot deep in retail. And originally when I filled out the application, I was unaware of the new 6377 code that was implemented in January. So when I filled it out, I was unaware of that. As we got to Planning Commission, we went ahead and changed it. And at that time, I found out there was conditions of setbacks and coverage percentage as well. So we were kind of, you know, handcuffed a little bit there. So, you know, we're not trying to, you know, make this tricky at all. This is, we've been upfront. This site plan has looked the same since day one. And, you know, we're at the point where, you know, we're trying to keep the open space element and obviously the retail component as well. Regarding the storage behind, you know, we were under the impression that, you know, I looked at the code, you know, indoor climate control facility. You know, we tried to, you know, just from a building cost standpoint, obviously we can't do another huge structure like that behind that. So that's where the single level component came in. It was simply from a cost standpoint. I mean, obviously we'd like to have a cleaner looking building, but it just boiled down to cost. So that, you know, that's kind of where we're at.
So do you understand that we're not reviewing your project?
Sure, right.
We're trying to understand the land use.
Right.
And what's happened here is a concept has been presented that kind of shares the vision of what you're thinking this land use could be.
Right.
And we're disagreeing just fundamentally that what's been shown is not what's described in the code.
Right.
And so we kind of take a look, even if we were to approve this, that concept would not fit on this property.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. And we, you know, obviously getting an architect to draw renderings and site plan, we were kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but we wanted to be able to show visually what we're kind of looking to do.
Well, this was very pretty, and the way it was originally presented to us, the upper floor was the climate controlled and the lower floor was retail commercial.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how that got missed.
2 weeks ago.
That's not my recollection.
Okay, well, that's my recollection. So if anybody else has a different opinion, that's fine.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, this site plan has stayed the same since February when we presented it to the Planning Commission. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, that was never the case. It was always the frontage would be for retail or permitted use, and then the storage would be directly behind that.
Did you have?
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Does anybody have questions for Aaron? Okay. Maybe the public might have questions.
Sure.
You know, so feel free to. And does anybody else have comments on this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back up here. Keeping in mind, we're not approving a site plan. We're talking about the kind of use and land use code that would be added. Is there any further discussion on this item?
I think it just needs to be cleaned up, basically. So we know exactly as it is and not Yeah, I think with what you stated and the concerns that we had from last time, I think it really needs to be clarified a little bit more than where it is at the moment.
Okay, anyone else?
So some of my thoughts, my understanding from the first time I've heard this was that the frontage would be the retail. I'd like to see that retail commercial piece, if there's a way to get it. If there are real problems with an odd-shaped lot, I'm not strongly opposed to the proposal, particularly given the planning commission favored the language. Again, I do think we will have a battle on the horizon over whether the back portion fits the definition that's potentially authorized tonight. But broadly speaking, I'm not opposed to the language or the change to the ordinance.
Okay. Anyone else?
Well, and I think that it would be advantageous for the developers to have a little bit more structure, like Cindy said. I'm not opposed to the idea. I would have loved more percentage of the building to be commercial sales and retail. I also understand the, I'm not opposed at all to doing a permitted use for a specific piece of property. I know that there's been comments before on one-offs and whatever, but I think this is an unusual lot. So this road right here on the south side of the property, it goes into, so is this will be a right in, right out, right? Right in.
That's a, so. the
Is
one
there,
on the-
there's an island right here?
Yes, no, there's not.
No.
150 South is a full movement intersection. This is the north end of Ico's apartments. So their driveway they're using right now is the next right in, right out down. This will be a full movement intersection. You can turn left out of here.
Okay.
It'll go over and it stubs and ends at the property to the west, which is an American, well, it's actually in the county, but within American Forks Declaration.
Okay. No traffic light there proposed or no?
Would meet standards. There's one proposed at Center Street, which would be, so there is a already constructed right in, right out, just off their, well, it's kind of partially on their property, mostly on the property of the north, and then you have the Center Street intersection.
Well, and the reason I'm asking this is because if we have a large amount of people that live there, and I understand that those are smaller housing units and they're going to need storage. So I can understand where the marriage of those two ideas probably came together nicely. And I think you guys understand that our desire is to have retail sales tax. I mean, to the point of Aroma Tools, we're trying to eke out culinary crafts money. Anyway, so I think for me, maybe a percentage of the lot size to retail would satisfy that need. I also understand that they need to make some money. I mean, that's their goal.
Right. So again, to be clear, the discussion tonight is on a land use being added to the commercial sales sub-district of the Grove Zone. And that's kind of really the heart of the matter. Is that what we want in the commercial
So do we need
sales
to define
sub-district?
climate controlled?
Well, Mayor, it's not in the full
No,
sub-district,
it's
it's
not
in
the
just
full.
a small portion of the sub-district. Initially, the proposal was
It's
gonna
just
be
this lot.
for the whole sub-district. This proposal's narrowed it down just pretty much to that piece of property and a little bit of property to the north.
So it's just this parcel and the one to the north of it?
I think Ken's got a map here, right there.
I think
What's
that
in
we-
blue would be
We
the only.
expressed that quite a bit last time, that we didn't want it to be over the whole
Over
zone.
the zone.
So
yeah.
their proposal would take this big chunk right here plus the back end there. So really, after you take out the the car and a few other small parcels here and there, that's a large portion
So
that's taken up.
anything that's in the blue could have this particular land use
Right.
designation.
Right.
Right?
So
I'm just trying to be clear here about what we're talking about.
it sounds like one of the issues is the definition of indoor. So if we want to further that definition as far as staff putting something together that makes the council comfortable that if all those units showing up in, on that site plan are essentially in an enclosed space that you enter into, and then you enter into your storage unit. If the indoor that way is acceptable to the council, we can make sure the wording is proper in this before we adopt it, so that the developer knows, okay, if I'm going to build all these storage units, all of them have to be in an enclosure. Right now, it's not, we see it that way, but it's not clearly defined that way. We can change the language to match
Right,
that.
and I'm not really sure that that's 100% of what I think the council has said. I think that the way this was presented, it was, how do we accommodate this user's request and still get the commercial sales that we were looking for? And that's where this second story and the setback came in. So the storage was the ancillary use, it wasn't the primary.
Right.
But what's being interpreted and what we're discussing is the primary usage of this area would be 6377, which is whatever you want to call it, storage.
Storage, that's right.
And I'm not sure that's what the council has expressed. If they have expressed it, I'd like to hear that, because what I thought I heard was we were trying to preserve commercial sales. So, I can be corrected here.
So you're referring maybe going back to a little bit of a 50-50 proposal, that if they do develop that 50% of it needs to be retail office, the other 50% can be storage.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm making that recommendation. I think what I'm trying to do is just clarify. This started off as something very different than what we're discussing today.
Right.
And it's so different that I wonder if we've lost track of what it is we started off discussing. We're now down to spot zoning a particular business on a lot, and yet allowing for that continued use in an adjacent lot, with the unintended consequence of that usage being expanded to that entire shape. Is it Utah?
Yeah, not quite
Almost
Utah.
a Utah shape there. Idaho, whatever. And I just want to make sure that that's what the council's intending. Because if that's what they're intending, great, we can just, we can do this. If not, we probably ought to back away from this and go back to what it was we're intending to do.
And that's just it, and I think we're heading in the same direction, but if the council just outlines their concerns, then we as staff can work on the language to address what the council's intent is for this.
You want me to try to articulate it?
No, I think you've put
Okay,
the numbers
so
there.
they're trying to preserve retail sales primarily. Storage was a secondary way of allowing this business to exist. And it was like a second story, really looked like a commercial sales thing. So this is not fitting in with the overall objective.
So I guess to follow up on that, does the council have an idea of what they want?
I do.
Okay,
So if I can shop, dine, entertain my family, that's what I want in the Grove. So to me, there's a reason why storage units, indoor, outdoor, climate control or not allowed in the code. And limited sales tax revenue, if any. Can you know how much, we're talking, are we limited sales tax revenue?
well, it depends. Right now we're saying office retail, we're allowing it, they could be 100% office, which means no retail.
And
So, or it could be 100% retail, which that all depends on the use. So it's kind of hard to throw out a number as to what that revenue would be to the city.
She's asking if it were storage. What would
For
it be?
storage.
Oh, storage?
Yeah, if it was storage.
Yeah, no, there's property tax, but there's no.
Yeah, there's no
Okay,
sales tax.
so-
There's not a sales tax when you rent a storage unit?
So there's prime property on North Utah County Boulevard. I understand it's an odd shape, but I've heard this before where you have to do this because it's an odd shape. And I understand, but there's a reason it wasn't in the code. Prime property, this doesn't seem like the same use that we were talking about before. And I think we made it clear before that we wanted sales tax revenue because that is on a prime piece of property. And we're not going to be getting any of that with storage units. And to me, it's a moot point for the indoor-outdoor climate. It just doesn't, it's just not something I'm envisioning, especially for that area of the Grove.
So you're saying 0% storage?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm open to the, if there's retail on the bottom, I mean, that's, because I understand it's an odd shaped parcel, I understand that. So if there's retail on the bottom that we can get traffic there and get some sales tax revenue from, I'm open to that. But if not.
Well, so that's what we're trying to define, is how much retail do you want on that space? How much commercial do you want?
What is the Grove, what is our Grove, what is the Grove's code for retail?
Well, there's no requirement for retail per se. There are permitted uses in that area, and they include retail, commercial services, and professional offices. Professional offices do not generate retail sales tax.
Yeah, the only place we have that is in the interchange where we have zoned to say that a portion of that has to be retail. Commercial sales can be the three things that Ken just described.
If I can just clarify, I know there's been cloudy and confusion on what's actually been asked here. The approach that staff had with this is, even though the applicant had their own site plan and their intended uses, when they requested this use, staff brought forward what we felt would be a reasonable way to approve this, even though that did not match the applicant's site plan. And then when it was determined at planning commission level that that wasn't matching what they wanted, that's where they revised the request to be more specific to meet their particular site plan. Staff has not yet gotten behind that request. We would still stick with our original proposal, which would be storage 200 feet setback, 50% of the property being commercial retail or other permitted uses. So I guess with that, I know that's not what the applicant wants to hear, but I would recommend denial.
One thing I wouldn't mind hearing, I know that Ken and the planning commission are not in complete unison on their perspective. We have members of our planning commission here. I wouldn't mind hearing kind of a report of what the dialogue and the discussion was like and whether it was unanimous. And I don't know, Eric, if you'd be willing to share with us your thoughts on this item from the planning commission level. If the council would be open to hearing that.
Definitely.
So yes, we discussed, and what was brought before us, I guess the second time, was the 25 and 75 foot setbacks. And so I'm not sure where the confusion is on that. And we did at length discuss the retail on the bottom. Of course, we can't tell them because the permitted uses that are in there, they were listed, those three items. And so although we'd like to tell them all retail, we can't. And we can't force them to put all retail in there. They can come in there with office space if they really wanted to. And so I guess what other...
So your discussion from the beginning was that let's just change it to the 75 feet?
No, at first, remember, it was the 200.
Right. At
Yeah,
first it
and
was
then
200,
the
and we-
revised came back to us with the 75, 25 foot from staff. That's
So
correct me if I'm wrong, Scott.
Go from 200 to 75.
So that's where we're sitting. I mean, that's what we reviewed. That's what was recommended
And
to
then
us.
with the 75 feet, then it's just meets the.
Like he discussed, like Aaron discussed, the 25 and
Retail, commercial, whatever on the first level.
first level, kind of like what you had similar discussion with the reception centers. Second level, that they would be permitted to use their storage on the second level. So
we
and then-
the point of discussion with allowing storage units at all in the code right there.
yes, that's why it was modified to what you see now with that road right there. That's why yes, it is spot, but we felt that that was about the only way we could permit that. So
you were reacting to a method of accommodating a particular
per se,
project. And I think we kind of reacted.
Mhm.
I think the applicant reacted, and we ended up in a state of confusion.
Confusion, yeah.
over
So
whether
now we're in a
they're
flux.
right.
So,
This does not sound to me like a good way to make law. My recommendation would be that we strike this and be more clear to the staff about what it is we're looking for, so that they have an opportunity to actually be successful at presenting it to Planning Commission. And then Planning Commission has the opportunity to be successful at bringing something forward that can be approved. I think I'll own this one.
we'd be more than willing if you brought it back to us to really hash it out if you'd like us to.
What are your concerns?
So,
It sounds confusing.
We don't want storage units in that area. And staff has tried to accommodate the request by allowing some kind of modification to allow you to put storage units. But in this process, it's gone through 2 iterations and the request has changed. And so now, instead of talking about how are we developing the Grove Zone for commercial sales, we're talking about how do we spot develop your property to accommodate storage. And we're in conflict. That's not the intended use. So we're going to send this back to the staff with that in mind, that is not the intended use.
Mayor, I wonder if there's a discussion that we need to have on the Grove in general. So
That's
instead
been
of
brought
trying
forward.
to accommodate a person or a project, I think we've got to step back, meet with the planning, meet as a group, get this defined, so we're not questioning ourselves every time something comes up in the Grove. Staff's probably frustrated. They're trying to meet what they feel like is the direction of the Grove. I have an idea of what the direction of the Grove should be. I think we've got to step back and decide what our vision is and the direction that I feel like we've been trying to go in over multiple years. But that definition is getting so skewed and the interpretation of it.
And I would love to have a chance to sit down and discuss
Yeah.
the uses, and especially before when any options are placed on more land.
Well, then look how confusing it is to the developer, because we're wishy-washy.
Well,
Staff's frustrated, the applicant's frustrated.
I don't think we're frustrated.
Huh?
We're not frustrated.
Well,
We're trying to
we
design
should
this for you.
No, I'm just saying we need to get it clarified.
I mean, in this case, it's defined, it's not allowed.
Right.
And they're asking for an exception. So if the council, sort of what I'm hearing is, we're just really not interested in storage units, then let's say that so that the developers can know that they need to go find property somewhere else and develop their project. If you send it back to staff and we come back with a 50-50 model or something like that, and you look at that and say, there's still storage units on there?
Yeah.
And well, that's kind of where I'm at. If the council just doesn't want storage there, let's just tell the developer today. If we don't want.
On that front, we may not have unanimity here. I mean, I'm willing to have some storage if it is the way we get some retail that we wouldn't get otherwise, and so I'm willing to entertain it. Like I said, even if we move to approve this and it got approved, I don't think it would answer all their questions. There may still be definitional hurdles. They may not be able to fit a vision project under the code that we have before us tonight. And that's fine by my book. I'm willing to entertain some storage if it gets us some retail we wouldn't get otherwise. And if it's, front of retail, but it's not as much as we'd like to have, we can set those thresholds, we can figure it out. But I don't think all of us, at least, some of us may be saying no storage. I'm saying I'm okay with storage if we can make it work with some retail too.
So we don't want to legislate on the fly.
Right.
And we have existing ordinances and land uses in place. The request that's in front of us is a change from what's currently in place. What's currently in place has been discussed and thought through over a very long period of time. If we want to modify that, then it's very appropriate for the council to have a discussion around that modification. I think the two should be separate. We shouldn't be doing it in association with a project on a specific request.
I agree with that. If I can just throw in a couple more cents worth. I feel like there's been so much here going back and forth that just to send it back to staff to fix some more words, it's not really going to solve our problem. I think what was suggested to go back and talk philosophically about what our vision is for the area is what's going to be most needed. And I think, to be fair for the applicants, they have made a request that will allow them to do what they want to do. And if we're not okay with that, we should go ahead and let them know we're not okay with that.
By denying what's in front.
By denying it, yes.
Well, I'm not convinced that what they've asked for in this language is going to let them do what they want to do.
No, I agree.
But that's not in front of us, right?
Right.
What's in front of us is, do we want to modify land use code for an area of this growth zone to allow this type of use? That's what's in front of us. And that's the question we need to answer. So do we? I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we deny the request of Aaron Freeman to amend city code section 10-14-24-1-C to add land use, section 6377, climate controlled indoor storage unit facility as a conditional use to the growth zone.
Finding that.
Finding that, yeah, it's getting my, finding that, it doesn't meet the, interpret, what do I want to say to you?
The intent of the original use based on the commercial sales.
Of the commercial sales. And then also finding that we need to meet and define the vision and intent of the growth.
I think we can do that.
Okay.
It doesn't
That
have
has
to
to work.
be.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Cindy, a second by Sid, by voice Ben.
On the recommendation of the planning commission, I vote nay.
Okay, Sid,
Yes.
Cindy,
Yes.
Diana.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries, it is denied. Thank you, and we're sorry that if we've added to your expense and confusion.
Unfortunately.
Mayor, can I
Yes.
ask a request? We have a couple of people here that need to leave sooner than later. Can we discuss the 4,000 North sewer line prior to the 100 East letter?
Sure.
Can we switch that?
And can we take a quick bio break?
Sure.
Oh,
We don't want to divide it up.
We also have a budget discussion before these others.
Oh.
We can move it in front of the budget discussion.
Yes, absolutely.
How are things? Well, there it goes. I have no idea what to do with that. I take care of it. I've been reading about a product called Pure Black. I've never heard of this before. How do I use
Hey, how's it going? Good, how are you doing? Yeah, it did. But since we okay. Yeah, yeah, it's just nice to know beforehand. Right, yeah, and I was watching it online and it's like,
Like we're doing that next.
Good.
You want some more water? So don't keep changing it. That's already been decided.
I'm trying to irrigate. I can't lose one drop of water. There may not be another. Oh, yeah, we can add that. Yeah, add that.
Okay, they only have one thing of almonds and a bunch of peanuts.
When your mom and dad.
Like, not in the same sense, right? It's in the same and I'm in it with TC.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. Now we're coming to the done back to the first
I don't need it.
Yeah. I know.
I really don't want to.
Yeah. I want to. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, well, thanks. I'll keep looking. I'll keep my eye open.
Good for you.
I just arrived there with my I just want to come over myself.
When they said the road, what did you mean?
Years
They have to do our city. They
You're gonna lay your head on my shoulder. I was like, whoa. It's like you've never touched
I didn't know they
Somewhere, all of them. They're all making it. Home all the way here, trying to get started. Yeah. My lawnmower broke, so I have to take it down and get it
irrigation portion, the contractor went under. So they couldn't come back on the contract. But that was quite a
Like the church, because in a Brock concert, these were premium seats, everywhere else, those were.
I'm losing people. Look at this.
This is like school.
They're leaving me.
What's on that?
Listen,
What have
it
you been
was
eating?
full, and then the scout said, "You can't do this."
What have you been eating?
Okay, so we've had a request.
Whatever they did, we paid for the construction.
We've had a request to move the item 11D, the Cedar Hills 4,000 North Sewer Line proposal up to right now. Council, you all right with that?
Could I make a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to move the, item for discussion about the Cedar Hills 4,000 North Sewer Line to right now.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Right, thank you.
So
Okay, Scott?
in your packets, there is a proposal from Cedar Hills. It's titled 4,000 North Sewer Proposal CH.PDF. That is a proposal when we met with Cedar Hills Tuesday of last week. Sorry, this isn't in your packet. It's in the same folder that your packet's in. Let's clarify that. When we met with Cedar Hills Tuesday morning last week to kind of continue the discussion with them prior to our city council meeting, one of the things that they told us is that they were going to give us a proposal to continue to work with us on figuring out a way for our residents to hook on to the line that's currently in there. So this proposal was received late Wednesday night, Thursday morning. I put it in the packet so that we could just discuss it tonight and talk a little bit about how we would potentially like to proceed. So when I was talking about the history last week, we reached a point with Cedar Hills where we gave them a proposal in which the city was going to pay really for half the pipe, which at the time our estimate was $328,000. So our proposal to them was for $164,000. If we pay you that, we would like to have our residents hook on. Ideally, we would have liked ownership. I think they were more willing to lease or rent the pipe. They wanted to keep ownership.
So that was kind of the discussion we were heading down at that time. When and part of that discussion is we have to work out who's going to bill the residents, who's going to pay for the treatment, because ultimately what happens in that line dumps into the Cedar Hills main system. So for instance, whatever goes into there that is from our residents that's treated at TSSD, Cedar Hills pays a fee for that. So we would have to figure out a way to reimburse Cedar Hills for the additional flow that's going to start going through their lines into TSSD. So there's, in my opinion, there's ways for us to work. That's kind of a little bit of the minutia that's kind of secondary to everything, is figuring out who's going to charge who and what and those types of things. The bigger part of it is how are we going to pay for the line? So when we did that initial proposal, they gave us a proposal back at the time that is very similar to what they gave us here. It's not all the way similar, but it is pretty similar. Where at that time they countered back with, instead of 164,000, we're willing to accept 250,000. We want to do it for 50 years, and that, in essence, those were kind of the big ticket items. What they're saying here is they're okay with the 99 years or perpetuity or whatever the maximum is allowed by statute. They do not want us to have ownership. They still want to own the line and have us, in essence, pay a rental fee. I use that because I don't know legally what that is, what that's called. So that's kind of a thing that we'd have to figure out. But the intent is we pay them something so that our residents can hook on. So this proposal says we're okay with the maximum time. We still want to hold to this $250,000. And then part of this $250,000, if you pay for this, and this is where we're kind of battling a little bit of history, I think, with Cedar Hills, is they have other issues that are outstanding that we would like to resolve outside of this, but they want to have as part of this agreement. So again, this is part of our conversation. When we talked last week, one of the benefits of the city putting the line in is that we can handle these things separately. We don't have to tie 4,000 North Sewer into some of the ancillary issues here. So one of their issues is that if we pay the $250,000, that the money that we owe them on Manila Water Disconnect Project would be put into that fee. Right now we owe them about $10,000. When Manila Water, which used to be the water company that serviced that area, we dissolved it about 2 or 3 years ago. And when Manila Water was dissolved, they had a cash balance of about $400,000. And according to that agreement, we were going to use that money to actually separate the systems.
Okay, so I don't understand that. Go back.
Okay. Manila Water Company used to provide water, not Cedar Hills, not Pleasant Grove. Oh, their own water company. They had their own wells. They had their own board. And over time, Pleasant Grove took that system over. I don't know. I mean, Frank's here. Years ago, Pleasant Grove City took the system over because it was starting to fail and there were some issues.
This is just secondary water.
No, this is culinary.
Okay, thank you.
This is culinary.
Very
Sorry.
clarifying there.
Okay. So yeah, this is the culinary water system. So at the time when we wanted to dissolve the actual Manila Water Company, then we were going to split the system so that Cedar Hills residents would stay, they would have access to the same water lines. It's just that Cedar Hills would now own the water lines and not Manila Water Company. Pleasant Grove would own our water lines that are in our city streets, and we would have, again, Manila Water would be dissolved. So we took that, they had a $400,000 cash balance, and we took that money and said, we're going to use that money to now split these systems, and so they're independent of each other. So we did that. We had a construction project, and it took care of that.
Wait, so Cedar Hills had that 100,000?
No, Manila Water Company had the 400,000. So that was part of dissolving, is they would give the cash, and they gave the cash to us because we were running the system anyway. And then we were the ones that hired the contractor to split the systems. And we used that money to split the systems. So there wasn't a cost to Pleasant Grove or Cedar Hills to do that. That was Manila Water money.
And there was nothing left after the.
Yeah, so part of the agreement is whatever's left over, Pleasant Grove City gets 93% of it and they get 7% of it. So they were under an assumption that there was money left over after those were split. So there wasn't money left over. That we used all the money to split those systems. There was an outstanding item that there was a well, I believe that was sitting on Cedar Hills property that we as a city, Pleasant Grove, wanted to buy so that that well was actually on property owned by Pleasant Grove. And that was roughly $10,000. So we still have not paid them that $10,000. That's outstanding. We talked about this 6 months ago, me and the city manager, and I gave them all of our information to show how that $400,000 was spent. And in essence, I said, hey, you tell me if you have any concerns with this. We recognize we still owe you this $10,000, but is there anything else that you have concerns with? And I didn't hear back from them. We never released the $10,000 because I never got confirmation that that's where they were at. And then I got an email yesterday saying we have issue with how on a reconciliation of how that $400,000 was spent. So fair enough. John Sheese is the one that oversaw the project. He has all the numbers. I have those two now talking to each other to reconcile the 400. So in my mind, we owe them $10,000. And what they're saying is, if you pay us the $250 to allow your residents to hook on, we're going to let that $10,000 go. So that's just one of their items that they're throwing up there. The second item says Harvey Boulevard construction and repair. So that was pretty broad. So I called their city manager and said, can you be a little more specific what we're talking about here? So Harvey Boulevard is a road in Cedar Hills that extends to a point where this road is actually in Pleasant Grove City, but Cedar Hills City constructed it because they had a school and a couple other facilities they wanted to hook onto this road. So they constructed this road. It's their road. They own the road. And then we had a flooding issue or a storm drain irrigation issue. Wasn't super clear on what the issue was, but somewhere along the lines, they're saying that a Pleasant Grove facility or a Pleasant Grove irrigation facility. Okay, now Pleasant Grove irrigation is a separate entity than Pleasant Grove City. Now Pleasant Grove City owns a lot of shares in Pleasant Grove irrigation, but legally we are two separate entities. So what they're saying is there was a backup or a flood or something of that sort that messed up the road, caused issues with the road that needed $30,000 in repair. Now, when I started 5 years ago, I remember their city manager approaching me and saying, hey, you guys owe us this money for this. And as he was explaining it to me, I said, well, it sounds like you need to talk to Pleasant Grove Irrigation, not to Pleasant Grove City. And I think their thoughts were, well, Pleasant Grove City, you pay the bill and then you go get the money from Pleasant Grove Irrigation. I said, I don't think we're going to do that. You can approach Pleasant Grove Irrigation and you guys can work that out. So I don't think they ever talked to Pleasant Grove Irrigation. That issue never got resolved. That was 4 or 5 years ago. So in Cedar Hills' mind, we owe them $30,000. In our mind, we don't owe them for that. So again, that's one is a little bit unresolved, and I don't know if there's a negotiation in there. But what they're saying is, Pleasant Grove, we feel like you owe us $40,000 as part of this deal, as a sweetener for the $250. Those both go away. So that's just one of their bullets. Yeah, go ahead.
So them lumping that together, isn't that different monies?
Because
when we purchase this, if we purchase the sewer line, that comes out of our sewer fund.
Yeah.
But if we're paying them back for other things, so my goal is to get them separated so it's not all lumped into one problem. But technically, how can they accept $250,000?
I don't think they care how we pay for it and how we account for
Right.
it.
I'm just saying it comes from different funds.
It does.
Okay.
The water disconnect project that's out of the water fund.
Okay.
I'm not sure how we would define the Harvey Boulevard.
Okay.
It's a street repair. It's part of our storm drain system that they claim had messed up the road. So I don't know if that's a storm drain issue or whatever. We just haven't gone that far down the road on that one. So they also talk about that they'll provide connection points. Let's see, it will not be responsible to provide connection points, laterals, and manholes to the sewer main, and we're okay with that. All connections shall be approved by the city of Cedar Hills according to their construction standards, saying that if you're going to hook onto our line, we have construction standards. I don't know what their standards are exactly. I'm assuming they're pretty similar to ours, but that to me is something that shouldn't be a problem. All fees applicable to the connection of the sewer shall be remitted to Cedar Hills at the time of connection. So that it would include impact fees, hookup fees, district fees. So hookup fees, those people have already paid. We have that money, we're holding that. If there is a hook-on fee that Cedar Hills would charge, then likely Pleasant Grove City would take their money and pay that. The impact fees would probably be something that the residents would need to pay. And the district fees is TSSD, and I think that's meaning their impact fee as well. So they're just saying, if you're going to connect onto our system, you're going to pay for these connection fees, whether it's impact fees or otherwise. And then they talk about the monthly user fee, which in essence is we're going to have you adhere to our rate. I don't know what their rate is. I think initially when
Rate
yeah, what's
I
that?
have a question about that. Did you talk to
Dave?
Bunker about that at all? Because when they say that it's going to be according to their fee schedule, they have an adopted fee schedule for non-residents, which is significantly higher than residents. And so if that needs to be clarified.
Yeah, let's clarify that. The intent when we initially talked about that was going to be their resident rate.
Let's just say that.
Yes, we will clarify that. So that's a good point. But that is when we have it now. These discussions were 3 years ago, but when we were having those initial discussions, the intent was that our residents would pay their rate. And the way we were going to set it up is our residents would pay us, and then we would turn around and pay Cedar Hills, so that we don't have to. Our residents don't have to worry about actually. We would send it through our utility bill, so that they're not receiving two. Yes. They'd be billed by Pleasant Grove City, and then we would reimburse. And that's similar to what we do with Linden when we have the shared services there. We reconcile it that way. And then they're saying because they're going to keep ownership, then they're going to make the scheduled maintenance. If they have to remove and replace the line, they're going to have, that's going to be their expense because they're going to have 100% ownership. And they're just clarifying that. That was something we asked for in our initial proposal. They're just responding to that. And before we get to the Harvey property, the last one is that this agreement remains in effect and shall not terminate unless both parties agree. So that was one of the concerns is we get an agreement, our residents hook on, and then 2 years later, they get new elected officials and they say, okay, we don't want you on anymore. So the agreement would be binding to a point where both parties would have to mutually agree to stop it so that we could avoid that. So the last issue is what we call the Harvey property that is currently in Cedar Hills, which is in litigation. And this is, again, something that's not related to 4000 North Sewer, but it is something that they would like us to support them on as in essence, as a bargaining chip to allow our residents to hook on. And I'm going to give you Cedar Hills side of the story. I have not talked with the Harveys. I don't know where the Harveys sit with this other than what's been relayed to me from Cedar Hills. But in essence, the Harveys had a chunk of property. What's that?
11.5.
Yeah, a big chunk of property. And they worked out a development agreement with Cedar Hills that said, you can develop a portion of this property with condensed densities as long as the other piece of property is sold to us as a city, to Cedar Hills, for them to develop as a park. So they had a development agreement that stated that the housing development gets put in with the condensed densities, and then the Harveys petition to disconnect from Cedar Hills. And in essence, if they disconnect, they have to come to Pleasant Grove. They can't go back into the county at this point. Their options are Cedar Hills or Pleasant Grove. So they, this is like in 2004. Now I wasn't here in 2004, so I don't know if if the Harveys formally made a petition to us at the time to boundary adjust into Pleasant Grove. If they did, we didn't do it because it's still in Cedar Hills. Or I don't know, that maybe there's some application sitting around there that's currently not active as far as that's concerned. At the time, the Harveys filed lawsuit with Cedar Hills to disconnect, to boundary adjust out of Cedar Hills. And the same day, Cedar Hills sued the Harveys to condemn that property. So they have the two different lawsuits because they were filed on the same day. The judge made a ruling 5 years or so ago saying, we're going to handle the Harvey lawsuit first, which is going to discuss the disconnect, and then second, we'll address the condemnation. So that's the only thing that's really been decided. Since then, the Harveys have not pursued it any further. So their thing is still sitting in court. And the condemnation lawsuit is still sitting in court on the Cedar Hills end. And in the last 5 years, nobody's done anything. So it's just kind of sitting there. Cedar Hills wants to eliminate the possibility for the Harveys to disconnect and come into Pleasant Grove and then develop that property. Because according to them, they were promised that that the Harveys would sell that to Cedar Hills for a park. So they got the lawsuit thing going on, and what they're asking Pleasant Grove City is to, in essence, tell the Harveys or just say, Harveys, if you want to disconnect into Pleasant Grove, we're going to tell you no. You can't come. And if we tell them no, they have no choice but to stay in Cedar Hills. So that's what Cedar Hills wants from us, is to, in essence, shut the Harveys out and say you're not coming. Again, not related to 4000 North, but this is a big issue for them. And this is, when we lately have been talking about 4000 North, we spend almost more time talking about the Harvey issue than we do about the actual sewer line. So, so that's out there. That's what they're proposing. Now, I consulted with Tina. I said, legally, can we even do that? Can we as a city tell somebody we're not going to take you? And is that binding in perpetuity? Could that change with the new council? Can we tell somebody no before they even ask to come in?
Do they have a binding legal document that says that the Harvey property was going to go into Cedar Hills?
Well, it was in Cedar Hills at the time. And according to Cedar Hills, they have a development agreement signed by the Harveys saying this is how you will develop the property. The Harveys are saying, again, I haven't talked with the Harveys, so it's hard for me to articulate kind of what their stance is on all this.
So a little bit more, and I don't know why, it's kind of like how deep do we get into this to this rabbit hole? Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of clarification is, and part of the case was another Harvey brother developed the land, got all the higher density. The other brother was on an LDS mission, and this brother, so the agreement was with this brother, not with this brother, is, I think, some of
part of it, right?
Part of it. So, and then Deerfield was built because of the school district not condemned, what's the word? Yeah,
Took by eminent domain.
Took by eminent domain the Dave Harvey that we're talking about. And so took that property, and then Dave Harvey in this case has been ongoing forever, but I do believe they won in the Supreme Court. So that's why it's kind of stagnant at the moment, because Harvey's won their portion of it, saying
they can disconnect.
They can disconnect.
So was with what Cedar Hills was saying, but
I think it's kind of in Cedar Hills' court at this point to pursue anything, but Harvey's haven't done anything with anything for
years. It's like 10 years, right?
2004 or something,
Yeah.
or whenever that has taken place. So this.
So, and this has always kind of been the issue.
It is a rabbit hole, and it's separate from
Yeah.
anything.
And
So is there any way to just keep this about the source?
Well, from my perspective, we have asked them that numerous times, and they keep telling us, look, Pleasant Grove, we've been talking to you about these issues for years, and you've never done anything about it. So now you're asking us for, in essence, a favor. And we're not really willing to give you the favor because we feel like you've neglected us on the Harvey Boulevard issue, on the Harvey issue. The Manila Water thing that one's more or less resolved. That one's not a concern to me, but so to separate it, and I think this is kind of why when we talked about this last week, for the city to pursue our own sewer line, in some ways just eliminates all of this. There's a greater cost. And really the question then comes down to, if there is a greater cost, how much is the city going to pay? How much are the residents going to pay? Because if we can work this all out for $250,000 and we agree pretty much to everything in here, then we just knocked off $130,000 off the price of us building a new line. Now, is that $130,000 saved by the residents out there, or is it saved by the city, or a combination of both? And that's why it's a little difficult to address this perfectly, because we still haven't decided how much the residents are going to pay for the new line and how much the city's going to pay. So that's just an outstanding issue that if we're going to pursue and we're going to put this line in ourselves, then we'll be having a different discussion with Cedar Hills than where we're currently at. With that being said, believe it or not, they have made strides by this proposal, because before people have to boundary adjust. That's off the table now from this proposal. That's a huge step. That's always been the thing that's tripped us up these last 15, 20 years. With that being off the table, that's a big stride towards something that's a little bit more palatable. But part of the feedback I need from the council is, do we want to pursue something with the Harveys here as far as entertaining what Cedar Hills is asking us, or is that kind of a deal killer for us? Or do you want us, we have a meeting on Thursday with a consultant that's going to help putting the parameters together on a special assessment area. This was what Ben's proposal was last week, that would essentially use the equity in people's homes as the collateral for the city to front the money, and then the city would collect it when they sold their home. We need to check that out legally, and we're starting that on Thursday. And we've already approved to move forward on the design on this. So we kind of have parallel tracks going right now. And I guess what I'm asking is, how far do we want to continue on this, working with the Cedar Hills track? Are there things in here that are causing some major heartburn that in some ways are almost a deal killer for us?
So can we go through this?
Yes.
one step at a time?
Yes, let's do it.
So the ask is $250,000 for a 99-year lease.
Mm-hmm.
There's an outstanding question monetarily about $10,000.
That one's not in question.
Okay.
It's
But
the
there's
other, the Harvey.
$10,000.
Yep.
That's
We owe them that money.
outstanding. There's also a PG irrigation claim for $30,000. So that's a total of $40,000. You take the $40,000 off the $250,000, you're at $210,000. What was the proposed amount that Pleasant Grove thought they should pay for this?
$164,000 was our.
164.
That was our initial proposal, and they have countered with $250,000.
So what does that work out to, Dean? 50.
So that's $46,000. If you take the $40,000 off the $210,000.
46. So yeah, 210, 164K.
It's 46.
Add back in the.
I'm no Dean, but I think that's $46,000.
$46,000.
Yep.
So where is this 46,000 difference? Where's the difference between the 250 offer or request and the 164? We've accounted for 40 of it. Where's the other 46?
That's what they're asking.
That's just their counter proposal.
Okay. So this is an additional ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Yeah, we proposed 164, they countered 250. So I think we can counter it.
Okay, goodwill, intellectual property.
Goodwill costs $46,000.
All right.
It's just, we're figuring out the price of a line.
Okay, so there's no real definition around the 46.
No,
It's just
no,
an additional ask.
that's right.
Okay. On top of that, there's sorry.
On a pipe that they didn't pay for.
Okay. So on top of that, there's the other asks. The bigger of the two, or the bigger of what's left, seems to be the Harvey property.
Yes. Those are the two big ones, I think. The rest of the stuff, I think we can get worked out. The two big ones, I think, are Harvey property and what we're gonna pay for the line.
Okay. And at the end of 99 years, the cities need to renegotiate because there's no ownership at this point.
Please bless.
Well, something will have to happen
Okay.
if people even remember it's on the books at that point, but
What is the current cost of putting in a parallel system?
380,000,
380.
382 maybe.
Okay. So 382 still leaves us with the 10K outstanding. And that's not in question.
No, and that's actually what,
30K that's completely in question.
yes. In the 10Ks, it is water fund money. That's not a,
Right. But how we pay for it on our end is really an allocation via the enterprise funds, general fund, water fund, whatever.
right.
Okay. So excluding a settlement with Cedar Hills going down the Harvey discussion and the extra 46K, we're looking at 382,000 for the construction of a parallel pipe.
Yes.
Where does that pipe terminate?
It terminates at 900 West
And is that into a Pleasant Grove system?
into our system, yes.
Who owns 4,000 North?
We own the road.
So they have a sewer in our road.
That sewer was put in before it was in Pleasant Grove City. It was
So
put in when it was
a
unincorporated.
private property at the time.
No.
It was unincorporated county when it was put in.
I would,
Manila Township.
but, interesting, just, and this probably has nothing to do with anything. When I built, it was in the county, and we owned the road. At that point, it was surveyed off, because of course we couldn't own the road, and it went into the county. At that point, when we went into Pleasant Grove, then it was a Pleasant Grove.
Okay.
So it was private property at
It
that
was
point.
private.
There was.
Didn't it all start off as private
Our
property?
private property.
It might have done,
The
according,
property lines kind of came somewhere to the
Yep.
middle of the road. In fact, I think I've seen a map where they jogged.
Yep.
But at some point, that decision had to be made that it's going to become public. Therefore, there needed to be a deed from parties on both sides of the road to deed enough of the right of way for the road itself.
and that sounds like that happened when you were
I
annexed.
built, we went back to the proper front end so we only owned to the north side of the road, like normal. We had to give up that whole width of the road to the county. Now, the rest of the people down there, I think everybody on the north side still owned to the south side of the road.
My understanding is
where
there
mine
was a
is-
property line issue with the
So
ownership
everybody
of
on
the
the
road
north side of the road.
to the west.
Oh, to the south.
I'm
side.
not aware of the one to the south on the north end of the road. But anyway, we still have this road with Pleasant Grove Road with a
Cedar Hills sewer line, correct.
So the question is, does the city of Pleasant Grove, do all the citizens pony up 382K? And how does that get divvied up? Who pays for the 382?
Yep.
How does it get paid? We've talked about connection fees have already been paid either way.
Yeah.
But the front foot fee has not been paid.
So the front foot fee was something that was talked about 17 years ago. It has, whether it's been paid or not, I don't know.
Okay.
But I think that what that tells us is there was an intent initially that there was going to be some buy-in from the residents to pay for a portion of the line. That's what that tells me. What do we say? It was 24 per foot of frontage that you had is how much you were going to pay for the front foot fee. I don't know if that covered the full cost of the sewer in front of your house or if that was a portion of the cost. But that was the intent. So whether that was ever collected or not, I don't know. But again, all that tells me is I don't think it was the city's intent that they were going to fund these lines 100%.
So in talking to the residents, citizens that live on 900 West, they did not. Because we asked a couple of people here last Tuesday night, we asked them if they paid the front fee,
front foot fee.
and no, they didn't.
I think everybody, or most of them paid the hookup fee.
Yes.
No,
Quite a few.
most everybody paid the hookup.
So if you have a $382,000 cost, how many feet are there? How many front feet are there on that road? There's two sides of the road.
Well, so we haven't even pursued a front foot fee. We have always pursued a percentage breakdown, somewhat of an arbitrary number, saying, okay, residents, you're going to pay for 50%, Pleasant Grove's going to pay for 50, or residents, you're going to pay for 10, and Pleasant Grove's going to pay for 90, or residents, you're going to pay for 100, and Pleasant Grove's going to pay for 0.
When you say residents, you mean those on the road?
Yes.
That would benefit from this?
Yes. Yep.
How many residents is that?
We have 10 units or 10 lots right now.
10 lots.
Uh-huh.
Is that total build out?
No, build out we figured was 24, I think, or
So
22.
10 lots, and they're of different sizes.
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard a discussion about based on property value. That's how it was going to be divided up?
We never got that far.
Not that far.
At least in the last 5 years. It's always been just a percentage. It was always just going to be, you guys pay 20%.
Isn't
or
it 10
8%.
homes rather than 10 lots that are on that road?
I think he means 10 partials.
That's a good question. I'm not
trying
sure.
to figure out exactly what you're saying.
All of our calculations say 10, and whether that means lots, I think that means residents.
I'm thinking residents.
Yeah.
And it's only the Pleasant Grove residents, right? We're not talking about the ones that are.
That's right.
So just from the financial part of this, it seems like the 382,000 is a bigger number both ways than the 250K.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Substantially.
Yeah.
So then there's a whole nother bunch of questions that come in when the city starts going in to develop parallel sewer and pays for part of it or all of it with the rest of the city.
That's
With
right.
Everybody else that's coming in to develop or needs a sewer in front of their home.
That's right.
Okay, has that been?
Well, what we talked about last week was the intent, the best we can ascertain through minutes and statements made by Mayor Sanderson at the time, is that the city was going to pay for sewer to go in. And then the follow-up to that is there was going to be a front foot fee to charge those residents to pay for a portion. So what we don't know is how much that front foot fee, what percent those residents were going to pay for that sewer line. But the promise, okay, there's nothing in, we don't have an agreement in writing that says Pleasant Grove City promises to put sewer in there. There's some verbal things that were said. There's things in the minutes that say, yes, we're committing to do this. But the nitty gritty as to the breakdown is who is going to pay for what is not in at least what we've been able to find.
Okay. So let's leave the financial part for a minute because it doesn't sound like we have all the information to determine what an individual property owner would pay and what the city would pay.
Yeah.
We do it on our
I think we can say with confidence there was never an intent for the city to pay 100%. Now 900 West might have got it for 100% because the city didn't follow through on the front foot fee. But I don't think the intent was that it was going to be 100% covered by the city.
Okay. Back to the Cedar Hills request, the Harvey property. So do we know at this point what the outcome of their situation is with the courts? Yeah.
I do. I just looked it up on the state. Without being too legal, the actual issue that was appealed was whether or not the 4th District Court judge dismissed or granted summary judgment to Cedar Hills in error. There was a question of interpretation of the specific code section, which had changed from the time that they initially filed their disconnection petition to when it was heard. So that issue is what was sent to the Utah Supreme Court. The Utah Supreme Court held in Harvey's favor and remanded it back to the 4th District Court for consideration, saying that summary judgment was issued in error. They should not have dismissed the case or granted summary judgment for Cedar Hills, and that the disconnection petition should have been considered and could be granted under the old statutory
The
language.
2001
Mhm.
language.
The issue was, that Cedar Hills was arguing it couldn't go through because it would create an island or a peninsula, which was illegal. The Utah Supreme Court found that that was not the case, that it actually could be granted, and so it was sent back to the 4th District Court. I don't know if that was ever ruled on after that. As far as I know, it's just been sitting in limbo. I can't access my exchange from here. I can do it on my computer at my desk, so I'll need to figure that out tomorrow when I have my password and my sign in.
So the most we know right now, according to the Harvey versus Cedar Hills, is that it was remanded back and that the judgment didn't stand from the 4th District Court.
Right. So basically what the court said was, yes, Harvey's, you are entitled to file your disconnection petition and have it be heard. And our interpretation of the statute that was in effect at the time is that you would not be prohibited from disconnecting because your disconnection would create an island or a peninsula.
Okay.
Okay, those are the two.
That's
things.
So they could, in 2001, they could go back into the county. Is that what the language was?
No, the language didn't talk about where they would go. It just said they could have their disconnection petition. How it normally goes is you go back to the county and then you make a petition to annex into a neighboring community.
So under current law or under 2001, has it changed that when a person wants to disconnect from one and move to another, they first have to seek disconnection from the first city, and then they can apply for
Correct.
annexation into the receiving city?
Correct. If the two cities are not willing to do the boundary adjustment, which we were not willing to do and Cedar Hills wasn't willing to do, then the only option for a property owner is to go through the courts and get the disconnection petition granted.
So is it even reasonable that the city of Pleasant Grove could sign any kind of an agreement with Cedar Hills that says we would not accept the Harveys? I mean, aren't we like denying somebody their rights?
Yes, that was my question. I don't believe that we can legally bind ourselves to make some agreement with Cedar Hills that says we will never accept the Harvey property into Pleasant Grove. Now, I haven't done any legal research on that. That's just my experience in being a city attorney for this many years, that would not be something that we would be able to do.
Were there any other items on our thing that needed to be resolved?
No.
I invited Frank to come because he actually was
here
before you
in
and was here during
1998.
a lot of that. And I think the only other people were you and me from the council that were involved at the time. So Frank, can you come up and talk a little bit about this, shed some light on it for us?
The Harvey one is probably the easiest. When Pleasant Grove City found out that the Harveys were going to develop the property that they developed with their homes and then what was going to be for a park or a cemetery, I think is what they referring to it as. I called Dave Harvey, who was serving on a mission, and asked him, I says, Dave, you really want to go to Cedar Hills and not, come into Pleasant Grove? And he says, well, as a family, we feel like this is going to be the best part of it. Now, I think probably he maybe thought he was getting the house land and his value would be on the house land and not the park, but his property obviously didn't end up what he wanted. And so he was upset. And shortly after he come home off his mission, he came in and says, we're going to have to sue Cedar Hills to get out of Cedar Hills and come into Pleasant Grove. And I says, well, you had your chance. We asked you to come to Pleasant Grove. And I like I say, I had to call him because he was Montana on his mission and couldn't be there. But anyway, he said, no, we've discussed it as a family. And for this part of the development, I'm going to leave my other land in Pleasant Grove. And so that was the comment that we got back from Dave Harvey on that annexation. Now, as far as the sewer goes, and I am not here to argue with anyone. I'm not here to say you're wrong, I'm right. I'm here to tell you as I remember it. And it's been 20 years ago or more. and I can't remember what I had for breakfast. So I'm going to do the best I can for you. Back in the middle 90s, there was some real feelings and emotion between individuals that weren't in Pleasant Grove and individuals that were in Cedar Hills, and there was a township formed, for lack of a better word, to kind of settle things down. And as they did, it became obvious that there was people in Pleasant Grove that wanted to come to Pleasant Grove. There was people there was people in the county that wanted to come to Pleasant Grove. There were people in the county that wanted to go to Cedar Hills. There were people that would end up in Cedar Hills that wanted to be in Pleasant Grove, and vice versa. And so what happened is, as they started looking at and this is as I remember it, as they started looking at, how are they going to decide where they're going to go to? How is the county going to split the baby? How are we going to do it? It was going to be one of the items they were going to look at is who can provide the service, who can provide services to them. Well, Manila Water, as has been said tonight, was servicing them with water. Most of them were on septic tanks, obviously. There wasn't the sewer there. Cedar Hills was beginning to run sewer lines, which would enable them to be able to service them. And so we were approached by the citizens that wanted to be in Pleasant Grove that were currently in the county, not necessarily ready to come to Pleasant Grove yet, but that's where their allegiance was, and that's, the way it should be. They approached us and says, can you help us? Can you get sewer or something out there to show that you're going to, that you can service us? So the mayor and council sit down and got together with the finance people at the time, and there was enough money in the enterprise account for the sewer to be able to run some sewer lines out there. And where we started was on 2600 North of let me back up. That was the one issue, that the residents needed to have the service. The other issue that came up at the same time is Manila was being run by a board, Manila Water by a board and volunteers, and with the federal regulations that were coming down, it was getting to be a real nightmare for them. And so they come in and ask us if we could help them with some of their sampling and things like that. Well, one of the problems they were going to have is meeting the water quality is they have a well, the Atwood well on 2600 North and 6 West approximately. And there was a problem with septic tanks that were above it that could leach down into that water. Now, Pleasant Grove had just experienced this same thing with our cemetery well. The cemetery, we have a well there, and just north of it with that subdivision, the drain lines had finally affected the water quality, and we had to take the well at the cemetery offline, and we took it offline for about 15 years before we could even start to bring it back in and have the water quality for irrigation. So there was that issue, and then Manila had a couple of other wells. And so we thought, well, that's another good reason to take a look at it as the city, because these people weren't in the city yet. And so let's take a look at it. And so as the council decided, we ran 2600 North, we went back up to towards First East, and we went out to 9th West, and we ran the sewer line out 9th West. Help me with addresses, Cindy, all the way out to the silos, the silo road, whatever that is. The silos that are just below the hill that comes out of Cedar Hills on 9th West.
The blue silos?
And when we got to no, not the blue, it's out across the canal clear. I mean, almost to Cedar Hills Drive.
They got
Scott's house.
They got to 98.
Fishers. Fishers.
Yeah.
And when we got to there one morning, the contractor came in and said, "We've been stopped. Cedar Hill has put an injunction against us. We can't go on up their road." So we had to stop the sewer there. And the way we had looked at doing it is we were going to run the sewer in. We weren't going to collect. We couldn't collect we couldn't collect a front foot fee until people were ready to hook up. That's the plan was when people hooked up. Also, it was, we would only charge them the front foot fee for what was the front footage required in the zone at that time. If you had if the zone said you had to have 200-foot frontage and you had 1,000 foot, you paid the 200 when you hooked in, and then as you developed your property, the rest of it would be taken care of. And so that was done. And then also we allowed the residents that wanted to pay their hookup fees ahead of time. Two reasons. One, hookup fees are going to go up, but two, it felt like it would give them some ownership, showing that, hey, we've already paid Pleasant Grove. We're going to go into their sewer. When the sewer comes up, we're going to come into their sewer. And so that's the reason we worked it that way. When we got to 4,000 North, there was individuals on 4,000 North, and I'm going to say the biggest share of them, that really didn't need the sewer yet. Their septic tanks were working and it was fine. The other issue we had, and if you go out and look at that line Cedar Hills has got up there now, it would have been about in the middle of the old road. And if we were going to run a sewer line up that road, we were going to have to get land from the property owners or do something, because there was a ditch on the north side trying to get the sewer line up there. Our engineer told us, he says it'll be the most expensive part of the system that we've done. So the property owners, and I'm not going to, because Cindy's on the council, I'm not going to use Councilman Boyd as an example. I'm going to use Lamar Edwards. Lamar Edwards walked into my office. He's my wife's uncle, and he's quite colorful. But he walked in, and he just, I think a fair, is that right? He just walked in. He says, Frank, I'm just like the rest of the people on that road. I don't want your blank sewer. He says, but I'm going to pay him a hookup fee. He says, our septic tank's working good. And he says, and if I don't come into Pleasant Grove, I don't come into Pleasant Grove. He said, come into Cedar Hills, go into Cedar Hills, but I'm going to be dead, and my family will decide that. I won't have to worry about it. So the city at that time felt like, okay, rather than run a sewer up and nobody ready to hook into it, a lot of money going to be laid out there. There's a lot of money going to be laid out there. And so we didn't run the sewer up 4,000 West. The city said they would run the sewer up 4,000 West, but there was going to be the same as on 9th West, the front foot fee. Now, I don't know how many, I can't tell you how.
4,000 North.
So just tell me one thing about explain about the frontage that had to do with the zone. Just explain that one part.
Okay, if the zone,
I understand the linear.
if the zone out there says that you have to have
R120.
200 front foot to build a house on,
Okay.
and you've got 1,000, we only charge them for the 200 feet. The other 800 we will collect as they develop the property.
Okay.
And so that's the way we handled that.
Sorry.
And then with the impact fee, and I cannot, and again, I have to be honest with you, I can't tell you how many people paid, because the way the impact fees were handled then, and I don't know if they're still handled the same way, is we would give the building official, which was Doug Besant, who was issuing the permits, he had a big book, because we had several agreements. We had a couple of the school district, Walt Farmer, with front footage agreements that they pay it back. So when they come in to get their building permit, then Doug would look to see if there was a front foot fee, charge the hookup fee, charge the impact fees, and all the other fees that came with the permit. And then when that came over to the city hall, we would cut a check to pay the developer for the money. We never had the individual pay the developer. The city was always the one that paid the developer. Now, if the developer said they don't have to pay the front foot fee, we made them put it in writing and notarize it and bring it into us to do it that way. But the intent, as we ran that sewer in, we knew we were going to be a while before we'd collect the money, at least get all of it back, and likely never get all of it back, was that we would charge the impact fee, and we took it out of the capital projects for the sewer enterprise account. And that's the way we came up with the payments, and that's the way we ran it. But the front foot fee was calculated, you know, like say, it was on what the zone called for and not what the person owned.
So to clarify, on the front foot fee, was the intent that the front foot fee, if everyone developed, it would equal the cost of the installation of the sewer?
As best I can tell you, yes. What we did was when the contract was finished, we had the engineer go through and put in all the costs that we could collect. Now, there may be, you know, if there was an oversizing that we had to do, I'm sure that didn't get calculated into it. There may have been parts in the intersection. You know, there's a certain amount of footage in the intersection that isn't on people's property, or if people had corner lots. There's portions like that I'm sure were left out of it, but the engineer would calculate those figures.
So the overall intent was if you ran 1,000 feet of sewer, the front foot fee would cover the cost of 1,000 feet of sewer.
Roughly, yes.
Roughly.
Yes.
Okay. And we understood that because of the timing mechanism, we wouldn't really ever recover the entire cost.
No, we're not going to get it all. And with the price that Scott was telling for the sewer up there right now, he's probably not far off, because that road right now has got what, 26-foot asphalt on it, if that, Lynn? 20-foot asphalt maybe. You go in there and try to run a parallel line up to the side of it, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. So thank you, Frank. Anybody else have questions for Frank?
Oh, it's a great overview. I had a long conversation with Frank last week. Appreciate your insights. It's really helpful to understand the background.
So just with the information we have so far, of the 382,000 estimate for installing a parallel line right now, that would need to be divided up somehow by a front foot fee and intended to be collected from those that develop along that road.
Yes, that's one way to do it. I mean, we could do it a bunch of different ways, but that's one way to do it.
Right, but I mean, according to the way that it's been done, that would be the practice.
Yes.
Okay. It seems like, just throwing it out, based on what I'm hearing here, I'm not seeing parity between the proposal from Cedar Hills and doing our own sewer financially. This is leaving the Harveys out of it, you know, leaving out the 40K for the Manila water split and the irrigation. I mean, the amount of money we're talking about here is less.
Well, if you account for the Harvey Boulevard and the water issue, it's
Right.
$170,000 difference.
Versus
380 versus 210. Yeah.
So for the residents that are on that road, it is less expensive for them to hook up to the existing sewer that's in the road, and less expensive for the city because we're not building a parallel system. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The question is can we get Cedar Hills to agree?
We've always known that would be the better solution or resolution to the whole situation is to purchase it. It's just that there's been so many attachments to it. So, I mean, I don't know, to get the point across to Cedar Hills is in answer to their proposal is send them a proposal just for the sewer. Because we keep asking them, you know, in the meetings that we have, the sewer, the 4,000 North needs to stand on its own. That's a separate decision.
In my opinion, that would be a deal killer with them. If we don't address the Harveys, I don't think they're going to.
No, what I'm gonna say though is, let's address it, but address it separately.
With a separate
address the
proposal?
Sewer, this is the sewer proposal. Address the Harvey as a different proposal, address the water as a different proposal, and address the other one. Do you know what I'm trying to say? To separate, let's resolve the $10,000 thing separate, so it's not attached. Let's deal with the 30,000 for the whatever
For
that
the road,
is separate, and so we are only just sending them one. I don't know.
I think
You
I
know where I'm
understand what you're
going?
saying. Yes, you want to
So they
treat
get
each
the idea
item
from us.
as individual
Let's
issues.
itemize it
Right.
kind of to them.
The problem, I think, in what staff is coming back to tell us is that Cedar Hills is not willing to separate these issues. They will only look at it as a joint package.
Right.
And we have the ability, from an accounting perspective, to deal with the irrigation damage, which is under question, the Manila water separation, and the leasing of the sewer for 99 years. All of that could be dealt with in one agreement with Cedar Hills and through financial accounting on our end. It seems to me that the remaining issue here is whether or not we have the ability to say anything about the Harveys and their disposition and whether they can or can't annex into Pleasant Grove. I think that
We got to go further legally
yeah,
on
we
that
need
one.
some clarification from a land ownership rights perspective. Tina.
Happy to do some research on it.
Frank.
I can say one thing.
Yeah, can you come up, because we're having trouble with the hearing
Stay
here.
there, Scott.
You're not the only one.
If I can say one thing though, that in your discussion there, if it does go, if you are going to take where Cedar Hills has come with the sewer now and extend, I would get an ironclad agreement on the cost, on what's going to be the monthly charge, because I do know, and I ask, maybe you know, Mike, Sydney, is it Mahogany Drive or
Yeah,
that's on?
yeah.
Didn't they de-annex and go back to Cedar Hills?
Yeah, they're in Cedar Hills.
And the reason those residents did de-annex out of Pleasant Grove and go to Cedar Hills is because the cost of the utilities was so much higher. And so, I mean, it saved us money having to go across First East, but I would make sure there was some kind of an ironclad agreement on the cost, you know. It's obviously gonna be a little bit more, but not to where it'll be that outrageous.
Well, it was an issue with
That's
Tracy,
right.
it was an issue with a lot of people out there, they were charging them 10 times. the
Yeah, that's the resident rate versus non-resident.
So that would have to be clarified.
Yeah.
Scott, you've sat in the meetings, Frank sat in the meetings, I've been in some meetings, you've been in meetings. I don't know how many else have been in meetings, but it seems like there is an opportunity with this particular proposal to resolve this in a fair and economical way, provided we can understand what the options are with the Harvey property. And then we can write them a memo regarding that.
Yeah.
That's purely based on state law. You know, we can't give you, or we can give you what you're asking, but it's based on law. It's not based on.
No, I think that's right. It might even be beneficial for their attorney also to sit in the same room. I mean, Tina can do the research and kind of see where she sees it. I don't know if they're going to have a different interpretation, but at least have a discussion there to see if this issue with the Harveys is even on the table for us. Either it is, or is. If it's not on the table, then we send them the memo saying legally we don't think we can do this.
Well, I just wonder, I know they have a new city attorney,
Isn't it the one that was Pleasant Grove on the
No,
corner?
no more.
Yeah, they have a new
So,
city attorney.
It would be well for them to even clarify with their own city attorney, you know.
They ought to ask, their
They ought to
new
be
city
asking
attorney if
their
that's
own,
something they should
you know
be
what I mean?
asking
So
for.
Tina could also direct that attorney to clarify for them. It's, anyway, how
Do
that,
you know who it is?
no, I don't.
He told me their firm.
Is this like completely recent, like
Yeah.
in the
Yes.
last few
Yeah.
days?
Last week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, last week they
Thanks.
appointed a new city attorney.
You're not losing.
Sorry.
time.
All
I
right.
have, I have one question. So interesting, you know, like Cedar Hills sends us a letter of their concerns. I know that there's not good feelings between the two cities. Well, I don't
It's
know.
getting better.
It's getting better.
I think we're making progress.
Are all of their concerns here addressed, or are there more?
No, that's why we asked for the proposal. You tell us what
No,
your
I'm
issues are.
talking other than, like, does this satisfy all of their
Oh.
emotional concerns with Pleasant Grove?
They're still
I don't know the answer to that.
They would like boundary adjustments to happen. They want to clarify the boundary on 4,000 North Northwick now. They have other visions that are not consumed by this agreement.
But we finally got.
No,
down
well,
to this.
that's the item that they backed off on, which I think has been a huge issue, is the boundary adjustment. Now,
Right.
are they gonna tackle that
Hang on
in,
1 second. Go ahead.
I mean, are they gonna tackle that in 20 years? And come back and start working with Pleasant Grove on something there? I don't know. But for the time being today, they're willing to drop that in order to work something out.
Okay, Frank? And then
I know that they indicated to you that they want to keep control of the sewer line.
Uh-huh.
I think that is an issue maybe that between you and their city manager and the attorneys could look at. It seems that you were able to work it out with the Manila Water on a percentage basis.
Mhm.
Because that sewer line that they run up is a small percentage of that road. Then if you could look at it as the percentage on the, on the ownership, or that way, it may help giving you some leverage with the fees also.
Well, we've requested ownership. They have said they want to maintain ownership. One of the things that that I floated the idea to them was potentially we as a city could do a bypass line that would take the waste from Pleasant Grove and get it into our system. We create a bypass line that would go into 900 West. So now we don't have to worry about what they're charging, all that stuff, because now it's going into our system and we're going to pay the TSSD rate, and they're going to be like every other resident in Pleasant Grove. Now that would require them to essentially stub the sewer right at that point, because they still have 3 people on the very end.
Right.
And so when I asked that question, they said, well, we think there's people on the east that are dumping into this sewer.
No.
And we don't think so, but I asked them to follow up. And
Yeah,
see.
because, and that was the other thing I was going to bring up, that line that they put in there is going to terminate at First East, because what happened when that new church was built across the street on First East, the church wouldn't put the sewer line down 4,000 North for them. And so that sewer line for that church goes on down and comes through the subdivision to the south. So Cedar Hills really doesn't have anyone east of there that could hook up. But I really think if you talk with them and get into a dialogue with them, there should be a way to work out a percentage on that, the same as what's been done with the water in the Manila County.
Yeah.
Because they weren't willing to talk percentage with the Manila and water thing. And if you were able to get them at 93.7, God bless you.
Well, I wish I could take credit for that, but that wasn't me.
Dennis, you want to come up here, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, Cindy.
I was just gonna say, the sewer for 4,000 North doesn't even reach 100 East.
Stops.
It stops about, well, if anybody.
So that's
knew where
our-
my
that's
mother
our
lives,
understanding.
Yeah.
It's about halfway up her property.
No,
so
it's about 20 feet from the highway.
Yeah,
From
it
Canyon
doesn't
Road.
go
And then
all
it
the way
stops
up
there,
First
though?
East.
Okay. And so when I brought that up with Dave Bunker, he says, no, I think we have stuff up there. And I said, our understanding is there's nothing east of First East. Go.
All I wanted to do was ask this young man here, if this is a written proposal that Cedar Hills has made,
Yes.
that we're working on at this time?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Or
right.
it's not just a voice?
Nope.
We
asked for it in
A bunch of
written
people
one.
talk,
Yeah, which is way different.
which
than-
is a little different, yeah. A lot different. than
Well, because
normal.
we've had a lot of verbal, and that was our request. We actually wrote, we've made an initial proposal 4 years ago and requested their answer in writing. Their answers usually have been verbal. And I think that we just kind of reconsidered that last week and said, will you please respond to this in writing? So our city council has something to react to, because everything has been talked.
When we met Tuesday morning with them, they were very committed when they said, and I was surprised, they actually said, we'll have it to you Thursday, and I think you.
It was like Wednesday night at 9 p.m. when I
Like
got it.
Thursday, but I think also the urgency for them to get something to us is that they know that as a council last Tuesday night, we committed to the people out there that we're gonna put the sewer in. So I think there's that knowledge, because Scott's addressed that to Dave and the council, that we're moving ahead. Kind of with or without them, whether we do, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So the playing ball is a little bit more urgent for them, I think, possibly.
That being the case, without putting on hold anything the council has decided, it seems like it's still a prudent idea to continue with this proposal from Cedar Hills. Keep the separate thing going on our own cost. And
Keep the parallel
process,
tracks
keep it
going.
And in the meantime, have Tina meet with their council and just kind of get into this land ownership rules from 2001 and what can and what can't we commit to in a binding agreement between the two cities when you're dealing with somebody else's land.
Yep.
So if we can resolve that, maybe we're going to be having an answer that we can either take action on, or we're going to need to go on our own and look at the other. You guys in agreement with this?
Yeah, so to supplement with some of my discussion, I've talked at length with Cedar Hill leadership, friends and colleagues up there, and certainly have had the sense from them that they don't want to deal in isolation, because their primary concern was if they didn't deal with boundary adjustment issues in the sewer line, they would impair their legal position as it related to the Hardy property. And so this requirement is their solution to sort of be in isolation, but still not. And so my suspicion is that the moment that we tell them legally we can't even give you this one that you're asking for, that could be the deal killer. But it may not be. And so I think the right answer is exactly what the mayor articulated. We need to be in parallel tracks. It strengthens our bargaining position to have two tracks going. And then we let the citizens that live up there that would be paying the cost either way figure out. And they'll choose the less expensive option and say, obviously, if this works and we can make a deal with Cedar Hills, let's make the deal. But otherwise, we do our own route and we pursue the financial discussions we talked about last week. So I think it's the right answer. I agree.
Diana?
Yep.
Sid? Cindy? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just say, I guess if we're gonna do budget, we'll let
So
Dean
we gotta
start.
go back to.
Thanks, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to 9C, continued budget discussion.
Thanks for you guys. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Nothing like a sewer to empty a room. Or fill them.
All right, so we've had a few budget discussions. There isn't really much new here tonight, but I thought it might be worthwhile just kind of give the timeline on what else we need to do to get the budget adopted for, you probably know this, but for anyone in the room who's interested. So next Tuesday, we'll adopt a tentative budget. That just means the budget's being completed, it's available, and that doesn't mean you're not adopting the budget, but we're just saying the budget's completed and so it's kind of like the first draft is done, right? And then in
First meeting in June.
First meeting in June, that's when the public hearing will be. So the budget will be available for that whole period, and anyone who wants to comment on that first meeting in June can comment on it, and then we'll adopt the final budget 2 weeks later, whatever day that is. I think it's
So
June
after the public
16th.
hearing, then the council will have
2 weeks to
consider
respond to
any
anything.
issues that come up in the public hearing before we
So
adopt it.
are there any changes at this point to the budget that we have not yet discussed?
There's a couple things. And so I can go into as much or as little detail as we want. In your packet, there is a document that says general fund sources and uses, and that's this document that we've looked at quite a number of times.
It's in the folder, it's not in the packet. It's not
Yeah,
in the
so
council
it's not in
packet,
that.
It's in your folder.
Yeah, it's a separate document in that folder. And I want to just run through, and I guess part of this is just make sure that, you as a council, that you're okay with all of these things. This is what's in the budget. So again, we're not adopting it, but just so you know that what's in the budget. So in that, we have budgeted an additional $515,000 in revenue. That's our anticipated additional revenue for next year. And that would be allocated as follows. So we have health insurance costs. We have a 2% pay increase for the employees. We also have a 2% increase for the part-time employees, and I always put those separately. Just it's how I budget it. I have a program that budgets the full-time that's separate from the part-time. We have those the public works pay adjustments, and we talked about that. Where in order to try to get some of our public works employees' wages in line with market, there's a way for them to get certifications and through some longevity to have some additional pay increases through that. Then we've also done a survey with some of our part-time recreation staff. That's what that $10,077 is. So that's to make some adjustments there.
To bring them up to mid-range.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah. So based on that study. We have 2 new positions. One is a police officer. One is a parks employee. That parks employee is really just replacing the position that was cut, I think, 3 years ago when we cut some positions. There's a new recreation employee, but that's just moving a person from part-time to full-time. It's not a full new position. Have the $10,000. That's equipment for the new officer. Primarily, that's dealing with getting them a vehicle. And we have the streets vehicle replacement. And that's, if you remember, we talked about we have not really had a program to get those bobtails, the snowplows turned over. And so it's like a 16-year life on these on the equipment, but this will get us a program where we can replace those in a regular manner. Now we do have savings from the administration position that's left, and we haven't filled that position yet. And there's some other things too. And I think Scott wanted to talk about those.
I have a question for what he's.
Yeah.
The health insurance 9%. Is that always what the health insurance?
And I should have said that, I'm sorry. The only thing that's different on this than the last one is our health insurance rate increase came in at 8% rather than 9%. And so that's why there's a $15,000 unallocated. What we've always done on health insurance, in fact, the past 3 or 4 years, the renewal amount has been over 9%. And so we've adjusted we've had employees pay more for that, or we've adjusted the benefit, increased deductibles, so that our cost has been 9%. This year it's 8%. We're not going to have to adjust the employees' benefit, and like I said, it's about $15,000 less than what we'd originally budgeted.
So that's just the cost of the city to provide that health insurance for.
Yeah, and I probably should have changed that. I've always had that at 9% because that's what we budget, but this year it ended up being less than that. So that's good.
That was the savings reflected in the 112.
Yes, that was 127 before.
So it should actually say 8%.
Yeah.
Thanks, Obamacare, right?
Yes, that's been a challenge, not only on health insurance, but with some of our part-timers, but we'll leave that commentary for another day. This is something we've talked about since the retreat, was kind of moving things around on the administrative end. What's being proposed. We had a employee leave the city last year that worked in our administration department doing utility billing. I saw this as an opportunity to maybe move things around, save us some money in the long run by not filling that position, but by turning around and creating an HR position from an employee that we already have, and changing their duties. We wouldn't change their title. We changed their duties to account for the additional HR function that we need. And so that there's a $7,500 cost in doing that. So that's been listed in there. The lockbox is a $6,000 cost, which is, in essence, we pay a company to come in and take some of our utility bills that we receive. The one person that we had full time, that was more or less their job, was entering in utility bills. They also did customer service, answering phones, helping people at the counter and things like that. But that was their primary function. So that person's not here anymore. We've spread a lot of that duty out to other employees, but we still get burdened during this 1 week period when we get most of the bills. So instead of hiring another full-time person to do that, we're just recommending that we hire a company, what's called Lockbox. They come in, they gather the receipts, they enter them for us. And so we're just contracting out with them instead of having to go to the cost of hiring another employee. And then the last part of that is the person that we want to move into HR is currently spending half of their time as the executive director of the chamber. So if we move them full-time into doing HR, we need to decide what we're going to do with the Chamber of Commerce. I actually was talking with Sid about this the other day, and she had a recommendation that I'll throw out to the council to see what your thoughts are. But in essence, we create, I'm going to call the title Economic Development Specialist. Their duties would include being the executive director of the chamber, and then kind of handling our PR, social media. David does that for us right now, but that is low on his priority list as far as the things that he handles. So this person would be a little more in charge of doing that. So there would be a little bit more focus. And then economic development wise, if there are kind of some low level questions that this person can answer, they can take care of that. But generally speaking, when it comes to economic development, if we have somebody that wants to bring a business into our community, then I get involved right from the get-go. So my title is city administrator, but I also handle really most of the economic development in the city. We have Randy Sant, who is our consultant that we use. We bring him in on the large projects. So he was instrumental in putting the doTERRA project together. He will be instrumental as we work with St. John's Properties on the development of their property. So we use Randy kind of for the big ticket items, and then I pretty much handle everything in between. So that's the proposal in front of you. We have $20,000 to pay for that part-time position. We think that's enough to fit it within the hours. If for some reason that's not, we'll probably have to come back to you and talk to you about that. But that's. Is there any questions on that?
20,000 to pay for the chamber position, or how do we have that 20,000?
So the 20,000 is coming from the employee who left. So when we threw in their benefits and everything, it was almost $65,000. So we're turning around and saying we're going to take 20,000 of that and use it for a part-time position to be part of our chamber, to help with the PR aspect of what we do as a city.
But not economic, because you're saying you're doing that.
They would help on, like if somebody called up and said, what's the zoning on this property? What's Pleasant Grove, what properties do you have available if I want to relocate my business? I mean, David gets a couple of those, and usually he just refers them to me, and I'm the one who talks with them and deals with them.
But what about the part of not just waiting for somebody to knock on our door, but being more
a little more
assertive?
proactive?
And, I mean, when Richard was here, he was out promoting and trying to get economics. So are we basically just waiting till they knock on our door, or what kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's probably a couple ways to do that. One, we can be proactive in dealing with retail brokers, and that was kind of what Richard's angle was, is we stay close to the Coldwell Banker people, the NAI, those commercial retail real estate people, because they're the ones that really have the main connection with the retail partners. I think cities have found, what I've found in my experience in this, that to cold call businesses to say, hey, why don't you come to Pleasant Grove, it's just not really effective. It's not, we went to down to Las Vegas for the retail convention a few years ago. Bass Pro Shops was there, and we sat down and we said, hey, we'd like to come. We'd like you to look at Pleasant Grove, and they gave me a sheet of paper and said, fill this out. And there's 4 other city managers filling this paper out saying, we want you to come to our city. So that's one way of doing it. But generally speaking, the major projects, the Meadows, for example, that isn't American Fork going and recruiting all those businesses. That's Woodbury Company saying, we're going to buy this property and develop it. So St. John's is doing that for us right now. They're buying property. They're the ones with the connections. They're working with the real estate brokers to bring in office and also bring in retail. And that's generally how that world works. Now, and that's my perspective. Some people might feel otherwise. I think some people maybe want us out beating the bushes, and that to me might be a little more effective, going to neighboring businesses in like Orem, go to a Mexican restaurant and say, when your lease is up, would you consider coming to Pleasant Grove? There could be some effectiveness there. But on the large ticket items, and we've done that. Richard contacted Costco, Walmart. He had the list, and he went through and contacted all those people. So,
but we did get Walmart because of that.
Yeah, it wasn't because of that. It's because they called up one day and said, hey, we want to put a grocery store in your neighborhood.
Right. I thought you had met them down in.
We did. We met them there, but they initiated the contact. So that's, my intent is I'd really like for us to have this HR position. What we do at the chamber and what we call that position, I'm willing to, just do whatever you guys want to do in that regard. I think there's a value. I think if we ask the chamber what they would prefer, I think they would prefer that we just say, chamber, we're going to cut you a check, and then they're going to go hire the executive director and they take care of it. I think that would probably be their preference. But then we wouldn't have this position to help with our PR and our social media. So there's kind of two different
Well,
things.
but you could just decrease the hours and decrease the pay if they didn't have a responsibility of the chamber. You could still pay someone part-time to do the social media aspect, but like I said, it's decreased hours and cut the salary.
There are some good benefits to having the chamber. I mean, I can,
Under us.
and I think the majority of that is to the existing businesses that are in town. It's not bringing in. No, it's just.
Well, the chamber still exists, we just wouldn't oversee it.
I don't think the chamber would exist if we didn't contribute.
Well,
I think what Sid's saying is we do contribute and then we just hire another part-time person. We reduce the chamber part of it, right?
Well,
A portion of it.
But I guess, are you saying we would take the money and just give it to the chamber and say, go hire your own director?
That's one option, yes.
Here's X
That's
dollars.
an option, but he didn't advocate for that.
Right.
What I heard him say was, we would need around 20,000 to keep the city involved in the chamber. And the most effective way that we've seen so far, and this is not just in the last year and a half, this is going back, is when the city's involved, there seems to be more consistent, regular, effort being extended. When the city's not involved, it tends to flounder. At least in this size city.
And I think the reason that's important is I see the chamber as a function of economic development in the city because it is taking care of our local businesses that have already chosen to come here. So, I mean, we always talk about recruiting new businesses, but if we have businesses leaving us all the time, then that doesn't make sense. So, I see one phase of economic development being the chamber, and the chamber's role is really taking care of the local businesses. As a city, I think we need to have buy-in. Now, whether it's a staff member or whether we give the chamber money and they go hire the position, I don't know if that necessarily matters to me. But I do think we have to have a stake in it. If we pull David out and not fund anything for them, I think the chamber will start floundering again. One of the keys is, I mean, the business owners in the chamber, they run businesses, they're very busy in that way. And so there needs to be a director type that is hired specifically to do, I mean, it's just like having a city council, you're part-time, you hire an administrator, and they run the day-to-day operations. That's what the chamber needs as well.
I think we owe it to our existing, like you said, I think it's more for the existing businesses in our city than as much as recruiting, but I think the businesses are what recruit the other businesses.
There's some truth to
They
that.
have their ear to the ground. They know, and that's their circle of networking and all of that kind of stuff. So I think to have a vested interest in them is really crucial to the city.
Yeah.
So in this proposal, what Scott has discussed with me, it's not an either or. It's we need an HR function and we need to keep our foot in the chamber, and those are not the same function, but they're not mutually exclusive either. We need both. So this is a way to achieve that. So the question to the council, this would be the change that is being proposed in the budget, and are you okay with moving forward in that?
I mean, the city of our size, I think definitely needs HR, and there's been multiple times over the past, and since you suggested this over the past few months, where we need an HR person. I mean, with the part-time and full-time staff that we have, I just think it's critical to have that role in our city.
And sorry to interrupt. I forgot to mention when the last time we talked about this, I had David research cities between 30,000 and 40,000 population. And we were the only city that didn't have a full-time HR person. In fact, some of them had 2 full-time HR people. So we just need one. But that's, to that point, that's
Yeah,
an issue.
I just want the size of our city, it's a necessity, and, you know, it also provides a person for the employee to go to when they're having issues. I mean, there's just multiple things that I think we've just grown to that size to where we need that function in our city. As far as the economic developer, I mean, I would be on board with that as long as our role was in addition to the chamber. Like I said, with some PR, press releases, promote our city, get the word out there, be proactive and what's happening in the city, because I think that's a huge part of the economic development is to let people know what's happening here and draw them to the website, draw them to what's going on. So if that can be included with their role, it's not just the chamber, then I'd be more comfortable with.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
I think we're pretty close. I think the question is, are you still saying that it's, we cut the money loose and let the chamber handle that? Okay, so we still keep it within city and we hire the person, they're an employee of ours. A majority of their function will be with the chamber and economic development on that end, but they will still have an additional responsibility of the PR. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
So,
And they need to be strategically placed so that they're easy to find. I'm very serious.
Well,
It's a concierge. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's just that first.
No, every city, I mean, you go into cities, yeah, here's your chamber, here is the chamber, you go there for
Here's
questions,
the
you
visitor
go
center,
there for
here's
tourist
the-
information. You know, you go to them for everything, so I agree with you, it needs to be somewhere that the public, everybody coming into the city knows where our chamber is, not in the basement
And I know I
somewhere.
have got this, but I love the front of the seminary building. So, and I think that with, you know, some modification pending
yeah, we can see our.
the engineer.
science report. Yeah, so broadly speaking, I think the administrative stuff will make sense. I think the HR position makes sense. That's something we've discussed and vetted and justified at length. The PR executive director is a new suggestion, and I
Yeah.
think there are still some outstanding questions I'd like to understand. With $20,000, we're not looking at somebody highly skilled. and
Yeah,
we're
that's
probably
right.
Not looking at somebody with very many hours. I'm trying to envision exactly what we anticipate getting as a part-time employee for $20,000, what we'd be looking at. And I don't know that I necessarily see quite the same synergy of skill set in Chamber of Commerce directing and PR, press releases, but I could probably be persuaded on that front, but I'd like to understand a little better. So speak to that. What do we anticipate for salary range? As a part-time employee at hourly work, I assume, what are we gonna get for $20,000?
I can't remember when I broke down the hourly. I'd have to crunch that again. I want to say it was $15 an hour or something like that. The issue, actually, maybe that's more $10 an hour. I don't know. I'll have to revisit that one because that's going to be a key point. This will be the issue is can we find somebody with that skill set? We get it in David because he's somebody that has a master's degree and has experience in this that, that we've been able to use. We're going to be able to get that on a part-time level. That's the same question we've asked ourselves.
Is Lyndon part of that conversation too?
Well, so Lyndon's been approached about being part of the chamber, or they've approached us about being part of the chamber. But my understanding is there's kind of three different proposals. One is they just have a buy-in membership, or one they have ownership and who the executive director is going to be. Maybe if you want to speak to
that
yeah.
just for a second. The chamber's in process right now putting together kind of a proposal for Linden City Council to make a decision on how they would like to be involved. Like Scott said, they kind of approached us and asked for some kind of a proposal. So the proposal includes three options. One, just staying the way we are, where you've got the Chamber of Commerce in a neighboring city that will help out Linden businesses when they reach out to us. We do have Linden businesses as members of the chamber currently that have business transactions or customer base in Pleasant Grove. Option two would be more of a kind of a secondary owner or secondary partner in the chamber, kind of a Linden or a Pleasant Grove area Chamber of Commerce concept, where the geography would then be more included. And then the third option would be kind of a full partnership. And these are different costs as far as they would put in and they would contribute. But that would be more of a Pleasant Grove Linden chamber with naming rights and things like that, and a little bit more ownership and buy-in and decision making. I think ultimately like Scott said, the chamber is an organization that is kind of functioning on its own, but needs the support of the city. And if it had the support of both cities, that would be great too. But the chamber will survive either way. It's just with the support, it has a greater chance of survival.
Is there any other city in the greater area that would be included in that also, or is it
Cedar
just-
Hills, we've got such a good relationship
I
with them.
know, that's what I was actually, but they don't have any businesses.
There've been
Highland.
There've been kind of discussions thrown around or kind of future concepts about maybe having 3 chambers in all of North Utah County, the Lehigh area, which includes Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs currently, American Fork area, which would include Highland and Alpine, and maybe a Pleasant Grove area, which would include Linden and Cedar Hills. That's just been conversation. That hasn't been anything moving toward that at all.
It sounds like the definition is not complete. And there's a question about whether 20,000 attracts the right caliber of individual to get the job done. So maybe that's something we can ask staff to go back and work on.
Well, and I just did my calculation. If it's 29 hours a week, they're at about $15 an hour. If it's a little less than, if it's 25 hours a week, and it's more like $17.50 an hour. So there's some leeway, I think, for us to attract that. But I mean, like I said, it's Sid and I have talked about this a little bit. So there hasn't, I mean, as staff, we haven't really sat down and said, okay, how are we going to write the job description? Part of it is we want to get feedback from you before we went that far.
So Debbie Lorette from American Fork Chamber, who ran our chamber, their internal developer, she was part-time, is that right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a good example of, someone who is looking just for part-time, but still has a skill set. I mean, she's done an amazing job at American Fork, being a part-time position and running their chamber, and I know she's no longer working right now. I mean, I could think of a couple people offhand.
Well, I agree.
Well,
I can
she
think
did
of
economic
I
too.
can think of 2 people right now in our chamber that this would probably be a good fit for.
But they could also do the social media for some of that social economic.
One of them for sure.
So I don't know, I know a couple people offhand that have a degrees and would be interested in some part-time work like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I think it's quite.
So generally then the council's in favor of this?
I think, at least me personally, I'm in favor of the administrative shuffle discussion that has been on the forefront. I'd like some more research and investigation on possibilities, and I'd like to see if we could even have some of the decisions from Linden and other pieces of information for the comprehensive discussion on the second half of this discussion.
So shall we leave that in the budget for now, and then it's yet to be determined as far as how that flushes out, pending what happens with Linden, Cedar Hills, et cetera?
Yeah, I guess to the mayor's point, if we leave the 20,000 in there, either that's going to go to the chamber and they're going to do this, or we're going to do it. So that 20,000 number should not change. If we're okay with the concept at this point, we need to write a job description, I think. Let you guys take a look at that and see if this is meeting the intent of what you're looking for. We can bring that back to you, but if what I'm hearing from the council, we'd like to have that in the budget. So when we adopt the tentative budget, we can start putting some of these things in play so that when we adopt the budget, we can get things going July 1st.
I just have one thing on the HR. I would like to really have that defined too. I would like to see it, and maybe this is the direction you're going in, but more of not just an office work type HR person that's just pushing papers, but getting the information out to the directors, educating the staff, everybody on HR.
Oh, yes.
So the legal side of it, when a position comes available, if they're involved. So I'd like to see where we're going with that versus just a paper push.
It's going to be all that. And I don't know if you remember, I created the list of things that they would do, and there's like 20 things on the list. But part of that is, generally, if a city's going to hire an employee, then HR puts it all together. If it's a public works employee, HR arranges everything. They help screen the applications. They do all these things. We don't have that right now. This person would be very involved in every hire. They would orientate the new employees, would have an orientation program. I mean, I think your grand vision is probably similar to mine. I want this person to do a lot of things because it's just not about compensation studies and things like that. Yes. That'd be good. And they'd work closely with Tina because there are some legal aspects with that. So that's all I have on this. I'm going to turn it back to Dean. Is there any other questions for me? I'm going to come back up and talk about a couple.
Are we still talking about this page?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, now we're back to
Well,
presenting the HR.
Unless is there?
No, go back to the.
Okay. Let's let you.
Go back and ask whatever. Because I'm so financially illiterate.
You're fine. Did you have a question on this?
Yes, at the bottom where it says unassigned fund balance.
That 15,000, the unallocated?
No, the unassigned below that.
2,149,000.
What?
2,149,000.
Oh, I just put what our ending unassigned fund balance was as of last year, just as a
That's
reference.
our reserve account.
It's
Now,
our
do you
rainy day
define
fund,
that
if you
as
will.
the minimum 3%, maximum 25%?
So this equals about 17%.
And that, is that where that fits? It's part of
Can't
that.
be more than.
Can't be more than
less
25, can't be less than 5.
Wait, say it again.
So there's a state law about how much money you can have in reserves in your general fund, and it has to be at least 5% of your expenditures budget, and it can't be more than 25%. And this is about 17, I think.
Is that where we kind of hold it over the years? It seems like it is.
Yeah, we've had it, it was higher before, and through some of the economic difficulties, it went down a little bit, but it's stayed between 15 and 17. Okay, the other two pages, one says general fund capital. So that's like I said, a separate document in that folder. There's two things that have changed, and I've highlighted them. The overall amount didn't change, but originally it had backstops at Manila Park for $110,000. Now we've taken $50,000 out of that, so we'll just do a reduced amount of the project. And the rodeo grounds folks are doing some infrastructure improvements, and along with that, if we could do one of the restrooms, I guess at
Maybe
the time.
Dion can explain that.
Dion can give more, but that'll let us participate in that project. It'll save everybody. It's a more economical way to do it. So we're just taking 50,000 out of one project and putting it into another.
So what's going on with the backstops? Just temporary placement or?
Yeah. We need to read that, those types of things.
And is that the netting that goes over, so fly balls don't go into the?
We're gonna probably remove that away from the spectator, because on the diamond itself, that's what a lot of this is doing.
Oh, really? How far out does it go?
Covers all the catches mound. Not as much stress and material on the fence itself, so.
Okay.
So we were
So
gonna
that's
do,
a safety issue. But with replacing that netting,
is it a safe?
I mean, it sounds like a safety issue that we need
Yes.
to get that replaced.
That's why we're looking at doing it right now.
There's some really good YouTube video of people that have been hit by.
But no, it
I've been
hasn't
one of
really-
them.
Not.
I saw one.
Throw these up on them.
I saw baby on the
So any other questions on capital?
That's page 1, right?
Yeah, and there's 2 pages on there, and there shouldn't be. I noticed that right before that.
So we
Just
need
the
to
doc.
disregard
The same way, it's the same information that's on the first page. It's just I didn't format
One's
the print.
highlighted.
I didn't format the printing area right, and I noticed it too late.
And just for clarity, Dean, these park costs do not impact these because these aren't to grow. These are,
Like the backstops.
backstops and restrooms. And
Right.
Not impact.
Right. So anything to use an impact fee for it, it would have to be for additional infrastructure and needed because of new growth in the city.
And new construction.
And
These are.
Right. Right.
Good, that was my understanding. Thanks.
Okay, the last page in there, there's a page in there that says utility rates. And this is the last page of the presentation that we did last month. And it just gives a final amount on proposed utility rates for next year. So it has overall, it's about a 2% overall increase. So the amount that this is based on is 8,000 gallons of culinary water on a 1/4 acre lot. And so culinary water, secondary water, storm drain are going up, sewer rate is going down. The overall percentage is about, the overall estimated dollar amount would be $2.49 a month, and that's about a 2% increase.
So, I had a really concerned citizen contact me today after some numbers they saw on social media that said the city's already proposing a 9% increase in water rates for the next fiscal year, and that has nothing to do with fixing the water under the roads. They also propose that we're also proposing a 2% increase in sewer rates, but the sewer rate is actually decreasing by 1.4%. Is that correct?
Right. I'm not sure where that would come from. I mean, this has actually been on our website for a month.
Okay.
This
So the
page,
9%,
so
we're not sure where that number's coming from.
I don't know what that
Well,
would be.
unless they're adding the culinary and secondary together, that's 9%.
Well, you can't add percentages that way. It doesn't work that way.
Somebody doesn't know how to do math, but that's what they're doing.
I'm saying that's what, that could be where.
That could be where they're a little bit.
Maybe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard that.
Yeah, so it's 5% culinary, 4% secondary. Obviously, together that wouldn't be a 9% increase. That might be a 4.5% increase. Storm drain is a 6% increase. Sewer is a 1.4% decrease, but it's the largest one, so it has a larger dollar impact than the others. So
But the average is 2.
average is 2%.
And that's exclusive of the reduction in the drought surcharge.
That's before the drought surcharge. So right now we're paying $1.25. Next year we'll pay 62 cents. So the actual increase, again, everybody's different, but this is based on 8,000 gallons and a quarter-acre lot.
Did you raise that? Wasn't it 5,000 gallons?
No, I used to do 5,000 gallon like last year, but well, it's just when you put it in when you only use 5,000 gallons, it doesn't allocate the usage rate at all, and so 8,000 is probably a better average. So everything I've done this year is on 8,000 gallons, but yeah, that would put the overall increase at about $1.90
For the utility rate increase.
right, if you factor in that drought surcharge decrease. $1.87.
Let's be exact.
And that's to cover everything that you're, except for the sewer, which went down.
Right. So that's what's on the table. That's the budget I put together now. That's what it's based
And
on.
that's keeping us with 180 days of reserve funds.
So that gives us 180 days of reserve funds in all of our funds. It's taken us a little bit to get up to that, and it's doing the capital projects that we have listed. I've got those. I think I have those on the website too. If not, I'll put them on there.
Okay.
We have a sense of why some of the increases are the numbers they are, like storm drain 6%. Is that?
So storm drain is probably, out of these utility funds, is the fund that we have a lot of infrastructure needs, and we have the least ability to do some of those projects in storm drain fund. So we realize we can't, eat the whole elephant all at once. We're just trying to make some incremental changes to it. Storm drain, there's just a lot of infrastructure issues out there. We have a whole city that for a long time we had all these orchards and water just ran down ditches and things like that. If we were to do our storm drain system as it says in our master plan, it means moving all of that stuff, getting stormwater lines under roads and detention basins. That's buying land, and so we're making progress towards that.
So this is covering operating maintenance costs, planning for the future, paying any bond payments that we have is kind of covering all encompassing.
Yes.
Okay, anything else, Dean?
No.
Any questions on the sewer rates, or not the sewer rates, the utilities?
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Mayor, I've got 2 policy issues that aren't necessarily budget related.
Okay.
If they're not on here, let's go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Pass that.
Continue to next week.
We've got 5 minutes, Scott.
I'll be brief. I don't know about you guys.
We've never been.
One of the issues is our road funding. We pretty much we had the engineering study done that showed what our road needed to be funded at in order to, in essence, get over the hump, which we estimate to be close to $4 million a year in funding needed for that. We started heading down the road of a potential road fee to do something like that, and then we decided to wait till we got our numbers back from the state, and then we would kind of circle back and say, okay, what do we want to do? So Right now, we have about $1.2 million a year in Class C road monies and general fund monies we allocate towards roads. We do have a bond payment that we pay out of that is active for another 3 years. But as soon as that bond's paid off, then we will be to the full amount of the 1.2 million. In your folder, there's a document here that says HB 362 informational packet. The HB 362 was the transportation bill. It was up at the Capitol this year. We've talked somewhat extensively about it, and if you want to read through this at another time, it really just kind of walks through the process and what it all means. But I just want to get to the dollars. And so if you scroll to the second to the last page, page 11, I think, it shows how much we get as Pleasant Grove. When we got this number back in April, it was revealed to us at the Utah League of Cities and Towns conference. Diana was there and Tina was there. And they sent me a text saying, here's our numbers. The day that they were revealed, I thought, that sounds a little high to me. The gas tax number sounds fine. The sales tax number sounds a little high. So what the bill says is there's going to be a gas tax increase that is effective January 1, 2016. And that is, the state has allocated that. They have approved that. So there's no other further approvals by anybody else. This is money that in essence we're guaranteed as a city. That's an extra $177,000 that we'll be receiving, earmarked for transportation. Now, yeah, something like that. The state legislature defined transportation. You can use it for trails, road maintenance, a few other things. I'm assuming on our end that we will be putting this towards roads because that's where our greatest need is. So we get the extra $177,000, and then they said, okay, we're going to create a mechanism in which a county can implement a 1/4 cent sales tax to, again, infuse more money into the transportation system. But in order to do that, number one, the county commissioners have to put it on the ballot, and then number two, the residents of Utah County have to, by a majority vote this in. If it gets voted in, then the 1/4 cent is collected. Of that 1/4 cent, 0.10 of it will come to us as a city. And that number initially given to us was wrong. They gave us a number of $850,000. I remember getting the text.
I'm a little sad right now.
I remember getting the text, and I asked.
A little dance of joy.
I thought that number's way high. So, and then Tina said, well, check out this website. Utah League has posted it on there. I look on the website and it says Pleasant Grove sales tax, $850,000. I'm like, okay, they're the experts. They calculated it. And I sent an email to the council saying, if you add that with the 177, we're looking at an additional $1 million in revenue. So a few weeks later, I think they noticed they had a math error in there. The number's not 850, it's $374,122. So if the sales tax gets implemented on top of the gas tax, we're looking at about another $550,000 in road money to the city.
So give me the revised number again, Scott.
551,464. And if you pull that up on, I think it's page 11 on there, those numbers are in there if you want.
Can you explain to me the transportation funding shortfall and why we're not red?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they have a number on there that says this is their transportation funding shortfall. And they pulled it off. They have a little asterisk that says, based on fiscal year 2011 UT2 form, Office of the State Auditor. UT2 form is a form we fill out. I think we just put in what our road expenditures are. And I think they calculated it that year against how much revenue we brought in through Class C. And we didn't spend the full $1 million we received. We're probably $23,000 short or whatever our number was for that year. So that was a snapshot in one window of time. That does not calculate. I mean, we have since gone to our engineers and said, what's our needs?
What year did you say?
2011. According to, that's what this says.
So, yeah, I mean, that's not really, that's basically what we actually spent
Not saying what our actual needs are, right?
I
Yeah.
know, because we know what our needs are.
Yeah, so that's not a very.
I think it's just a mechanism for them to say how much our city's paying above and beyond Class C road monies. That given year, we didn't spend any general fund
So
money.
then everybody in the red overspent their budget.
Well, they subsidize it with other funds above and beyond Class C. Or they did their research and they contacted Utah League and said, here's our number. And that's probably what we need to do is say, we've done it. Our number is 3.8 million. Will you adjust our number? So that number is way off and it shouldn't be considered. But the bottom line is, if both of these funding mechanisms take place, one will take place, the other one is still kind of up for debate. We'll get an extra $550,000.
And more potholes.
So it is not 3.8 million, but it's still better than zero.
Better than nothing.
And we can do some repairs with that money. The question is, and I was chatting with the mayor about this, is where's the county commission right now? Are they considering putting this on the ballot in November? Are they going to do it in 2016? And the mayors have had discussion with the commission. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to kind of give your latest take as to what the mayors discussed.
Well, it was brought up in one of our meetings, but my understanding is that there's been a commissioner meeting since then, and a vote was taken 2-1 to put part of this on the ballot. It was specifically for BRT. Can you clarify?
I think that's
this at all?
I think that's a separate issue.
I just want to make sure it is separate because otherwise we're talking about.
Okay, what is the question?
The question is, when the commission voted last week,
right,
was that in any way related to the sales tax, the quarter-cent sales tax amount that has been approved through SB 3 or HB 362?
Jennifer Baptista, 32 North, 1300 East. The vote for BRT and the funding for BRT has nothing to do with the new tax and the new bill that was passed. It is based on 3 quarters that have already been passed by the citizens. The first quarter percentage is 100% UTA funded towards mass transit. They have had some bonds that have matured, and so they have revenues that are coming from that tax source, but they can't bond of that tax source. The only way they can bond is off the third quarter, which is the current quarter that they have left to bond off of, but they're going to pay it off of the first quarter. But the third quarter that they're bonding off of, it will take up the rest of the money that's in that third quarter for this bond and will eliminate any other possible bonding on the third quarter. So it's taking money out of the first quarter and the third quarter taxes that are currently being taken.
So it has nothing to do with.
It has nothing to do with the new, they're separate taxes.
So with respect to putting this particular item on the ballot, my understanding is that the county commission stepped forward in the last meeting that we had and said there are some issues to consider. In an off-year election, can we get enough people to come out that understand what HB 362 and this quarter cent is and get them to approve it? And can we do that in the amount of time that is left before that ballot language has to be produced? We didn't discuss it further. That's the question that was left on the table.
Well, and also the county only does elections on even years. And so if they did a 2015 election, they would have to pay $300,000 for the election for a special election. So that's also on the table, is whether or not they're going to pay to have a special election, because otherwise they're not scheduled to have one until 2016.
So my guess is we'll be discussing this again at our May, the first meeting that we have in May.
So with that being said, I think the way I look at this is we still need for the county to decide whether that's going on the ballot or not before we get too much further down the road if we want to implement our own fee. Is council okay with that, or do you want us to pursue a road fee?
My opinion on this is that we should wait until we have all the facts before we move forward and implement a fee that might end up being too much or too little based upon what happens at the county level. is really not in the city's hands at this point. Part of this money that we're looking at, 344,201, 374, I'm sorry, I got the wrong number. Part of the 551,464 is the 374,122, which is in question.
That's right.
It's not guaranteed.
That's right.
The only part that is guaranteed right now is the 177,341. For that much money, I think we should wait until we have a clearer picture of whether we're going to get that money or not.
Okay.
That's a recommendation.
My sense is actually different. It feels like we have a huge shortfall, even if we got that full amount. We're nowhere near where we need to be to get ahead of the curve. And so there's maybe some value in doing some exploration of possibilities. We don't pull the trigger on a decision until we have more information, but I think there's a lot of groundwork we can do, analyzing and preparing for alternate options. So,
Well, maybe to that comment, if we follow the Provo model on what they did, they had a study done by a consultant that was going to base the fee on trips, meaning we have to figure out what a single family residence is going to generate in trips, and then we set a fee to that. But the impact ends up being more on the businesses. So any business that has a lot of traffic in and out, they're going to pay quite a bit more for their fee because of the usage on the roads.
But that's just one model.
That is one model. So that's the model right now that has been tested by a city. The other model would be we just do a general property tax increase and say, okay, we're going to charge our residents an extra $3 a month on their property taxes, and we're going to allocate all of that increase towards roads. Those are probably the two funding mechanisms that work, at least in my mind. The traffic one, we can tweak that. We need a study that's going to say, okay, this business generates 15,000 trips a day. Therefore, their number is $5,000 a month. And for a resident that's generating 10 trips a day, their fee is going to be $4 a month. And so
These are just hypothetical numbers.
hypothetical.
You're just throwing this out. We
But
want to go see on social media that we're going to charge businesses $5,000 a month.
Oh, I just put that on there.
They stopped ready to hit
We are
send.
live streaming.
Kidding. This is just hype. We're just throwing numbers out.
Yeah, so the idea though is that with that traffic count fee, the businesses are going to pick up the lion's share of the cost
That's
here.
something we could discuss and figure
We can. So we can get the study that's going to give us the baselines, and then the city, the council can say, okay, we want to tweak these to make sure we're just not creaming one business, also being fair to the process, but being fair to the residents too. We're not putting it all on their backs either.
I mean, I agree with Ben that maybe we can have this parallel track going again where
Okay.
this is like worst case scenario. The funding doesn't happen, we don't get it, but we already have a backup plan in place because we're still gonna have a shortfall either way. So we're moving, getting the numbers. So, I mean, we're showing the citizens that we're gonna resolve the issue either way, but, and hopefully it will be, we can do a decrease. But, I like the idea of moving towards resolving the issue and getting a plan in place. And we have our, the numbers from the engineering study and whatnot,
Uh-huh.
but we can.
We know what our
continue moving forward.
expense is. We need to
Yeah.
know what our
But
revenue
maybe
is
we
going
move
to
forward with the worst case scenario that we don't get the funding. Here's what it is. If it comes in, we can decrease, but.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
that's
in
fine.
the best case scenario, we're still $200,000 short at least.
No.
$2 million short?
Yeah.
million.
Let's reset. Okay, so there's a $4 million need per year. We're currently getting
1.2.
1.2, of which, how much is going to bonds?
750 right now.
So how much are we actually spending on roads?
Yeah, 500,000.
500. So 500, and you're looking at another 500 in a best case scenario.
Right.
That's a wide gap.
We have a
from
wide gap.
$1 million to 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
So parallel tracks is good to come up with the scenarios, but to take action may be premature.
I like that.
I agree.
So we'll start the study. We'll get the study going.
Thank you.
Okay.
When does it mature?
What's that?
When do the bonds mature?
2018. So we have 3 years.
Right.
The last item is our for the executive staff for Pleasant Grove, so that's myself and the department heads, the appointed staff, that includes our recorder and treasurer, our salary ranges need to be set by ordinance or resolution, one of the two. By ordinance. And generally speaking, ideally, we would do this when we adopt our budget, that sort of timing. So so this doesn't affect necessarily budget, because it's not, we're just setting salary ranges. We're not actually adjusting the salaries for these people outside of the 2% that they would get allocated. So, but they haven't been updated since 2009. And I've created actually David Larson created a spreadsheet that shows you each position, what we do is we have what's called benchmark cities. We benchmark our salaries based on cities of roughly the same size. So we have American Fort, Clearfield, Cottonwood Heights, Draper, Kaysville, Lehigh, Midvale, Riverton, Roy, Spanish Fork, Springville. Those are our benchmark cities. We belong to a study where cities enter in what they're paying their employees. And then we can pull from that database and say, okay, here's their low range, here's their high range, here's their mid range. And so we've done that for all these positions, and that's in that spreadsheet. So we're just at this point, you guys take a look at that. If there are any questions, so we have the titles in there. We have what their current salary is, what their average is from the benchmark. And then we have the differential between what the average is and what our employees are being paid. And then it also shows the range, the low benchmark and the high benchmark. So the low and the high would be the range that we would adopt as a city, meaning the salaries need to be somewhere within that range. And then the current salary will be, in essence, where we're at, plus 2% if everybody qualifies for the full raise. So did I explain that properly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you show on this spreadsheet what the current range is?
No. And that's a separate piece of paper, and I can send that to you.
Okay. But the proposed ranges are on here.
Yes.
Low, low bench, high bench.
Yes, that'd be the proposed range.
What's the name of this file, Scott?
It is appointed position salary survey, March 2015. It's an Excel spreadsheet.
Looks different than the others.
Okay.
Yes, so are you asking for approval on this?
No,
or?
we'll have this back in front of you in June when we adopt the budget.
Okay.
But I want you to, give you some time to take a look, that if you have questions that you want to answer, we have time to do that. Ideally, we do this every year when we do our budget, and we just move the range slightly every year based on our market study. Now, the range could stay stagnant. It could actually decline depending on what the market tells us. But we want to update that every year instead of waiting 6 years and then saying, okay, we need to do this. We could do a better job of that, and that'd be one of our duties of our HR person to make sure they stay on top of that.
So we've waited 6 years just by virtue of the fact that we haven't had someone in that position, or is it the economy that's kept us from updating that?
I think we have, I don't know why we've waited. Part of it is I didn't know this was a state requirement. In my other city I was in, we never did this. And Tina pulled me aside one day and said, hey, we have these ranges that we have to adopt. And I don't think we've done it for a while. So we pulled up the old ranges and we're like, yeah, this is a problem. We need to update this and get it for the council.
This is an annual state requirement for appointed positions in cities.
Yes, that we adopt the range. So the range is public information. All of this is public information. But it adopts the range that the city works within to pay the employees. So the employee can be paid anywhere from the low to the high, depending on what the city council allocates.
I was just gonna say, it's not an annual requirement, it's just, it would be wise for us to review it annually and see if it needs to be adjusted based on the market conditions. We just haven't done that, and I realized that some people were probably bumping up against the
old range.
The old range, and so I brought it to Scott's attention that we needed to evaluate it and make sure we weren't exceeding that.
So we did an update of the public works director position recently, the range.
I pulled it off of this.
Okay.
And the range on that was I think 85 to 115.
That's the new range, is my understanding.
Let's see, Public Works.
So you'll send us a list of the
Yeah.
current ranges.
Yeah.
Then you'll combine it with this list of the proposed ranges, and we'll be able to see what the difference is.
Yes. Yep.
That negative and positive column kind of indicates movement in the range.
The negative and positive column just shows here's what the average is for all these cities, and here's whether our employees are under that average or more than that average.
In the range or in their actual?
In their actual.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Anything else, Scott?
No, that's all we got.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have the discussion on the next agenda.
Well, we have our letter for 100 East, or the letter to Cedar Hills.
Sorry, item 11A. Okay.
So we have met with the county commission recently to talk about Canyon Road First East. It's a road that's in really bad shape. We want to see as a city something done there. It was a state road. I don't know if technically it still is a state road, but there was a swap where the county and the state were going to swap North County Boulevard and Canyon Road. I'll refer to as 100 East. We're going to swap those. So the county was going to take ownership of 100 East. The state's going to take ownership of North County Boulevard. When the county did that, they approached us as a city and say, hey, we don't really want this road, partially because we don't have any equipment up this way. It just doesn't make sense for us to maintain it. We'd like the cities to take it over. And we've got some funding that will help get it a little bit up to par. And we'll get it up to par, and then we'll give it to you, and you'll have ownership, and then you're in charge of the long-term maintenance of it. We talked about that as cities. At one point, we felt like that might be something worthwhile to us, to a point where we went to the MAG, Mountain Land Association of Governments, for some federal funding to help put more money on top of what UDOT and the county was willing to put towards the road. So Dagan applied for the grant. We received the grant to the tune of about $4.5 million. We figured it was like an $8 million project.
I think it was 9.6 or 7, but that was after 4 years of inflation were included.
Yeah. And so in essence, we had this all worked out, and then both Cedar Hills and we as the city of Pleasant Grove kind of had second thoughts and said, well, wait a second. This is great. We'll get more or less a brand new road, but what happens 30 years from now? Our residents are now going to be on the hook for millions of dollars to do an overlay, or hopefully it never gets to a reconstruct point, because then that's a huge issue. And so we took a step back and said, all right, county, we're not going to take the road. You guys keep the road. And the county commissioners essentially replied and said, we'll keep the road. We're going to do kind of some minimum treatments, some overlay, and we're going to get it up to a certain level, and that's as far as we're going to go. And we said, well, what about this MAG money that we have received? We're willing to take our name off of it and put it in the county's name. You guys use that. You can do the big $9.8 million project, which has storm drain improvements, curb gutter. Is there any sidewalk as part of that too?
I don't believe we have any sidewalk.
Yeah.
Some minor safety improvements.
So it's really going to be a lot more full of a project as opposed to the county and what they were proposing. So we sat down with the commissioners, I don't know, a month or so ago, and we said, well, you guys take the MAG money. And they said, well, we will, but the condition is we want the cities to help us. We want you to be a partner in this thing. We want you to take care of the striping, the potholes, the signage, and the snow removal. So our equipment is down in the south part of the county. It doesn't make sense. What's that?
What else is left?
Well, so the kicker is they keep ownership, and then when the $4 million overlay project comes up, the county has that and not us. And so we're going to handle the small ticket item. They're going to handle the big ticket item. So that's,
So when you say small ticket, how much are we talking?
I'm estimating a little less than $5,000 a year.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's how much the estimate is for those items. But there is one other part, if I understand correctly, that if a city owns the road, the standard to which we need to improve it
For storm drain.
is different than the standard to which a county needs to improve it. Is that correct? No, not just storm drain, but
Well, what they said was they would take care of it to county standards.
which is
I don't-
different than
Yeah, the county
for a
road,
city.
the county doesn't, as a general rule, have roads with curb and gutter and sidewalk. Those are urban areas and those are areas that are incorporated, so there are some differences.
But it's not statutorily,
I don't think it's statutory. I
it's
think
just custom.
it's a difference between them looking at rural roads and us looking at higher traffic urban roads.
The point being that by them accepting the additional 4.5 million of MAG money that the two cities applied for, we get the better road, but then they maintain it to a county standard, and we don't have to maintain it to a city standard.
Well, to me, the big thing is just the long term, the 20-year, they'll take care of the surface treatments that are going to come up in 8 to 10 years, which on a road that size, I'm sure is going to be a few $100,000. And then when the overlay is required, I think we're starting to get into the millions. And so for us to participate at a lower level, in my mind, makes sense so that we stay away from the big ticket item. So is the council okay with that on our end to pursue that? And that's kind of part one.
As long as we can blend in a sewer line.
We're talking from State Street to the canal. What are we talking?
State Street to the mouth of American Fork Canyon.
All the way.
Yeah.
And that's not contingent on Cedar Hills.
Well, it partially is. So if we agree to this and Cedar Hills doesn't, then
So this letter that Scott's pointing out is us
encouraging.
offering to Cedar Hills, we will work on an agreement with you where you can contract with us to do your part of these types of improvements, because you say you don't have the equipment, et cetera, as an encouragement for us to get the 4.5 million. Do you have a question?
Question on that, Scott.
Yeah.
If the county still got it, then are they going to get the credit for the class?
They would if they keep ownership.
Okay, if they keep ownership and then I would make sure that you've got at least each year the maintenance money that they're going to get out of Class C.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to use it. They're not going to use it for. I mean, they're not going to come out and use it unless we ask. You know, that they ought to spend that much money on that road.
Yeah, we can ask. My sense is they're going to say, this is kind of the point we're making, city, is we want you to pick up the minor maintenance. We're going to keep the Class C money and we're going to use that for the big ticket items.
Yeah.
That's what I guess I'll
Well,
say.
that Class C money should be used to maintain the road that
Yeah.
it's coming off of.
Well, I guess, but maintenance can mean a lot of things, but the first surface treatment is going to cost a lot of money, and I'm assuming they're going to want to do that. We can ask. I mean, that's not a problem. And I'm not sure how much Class C money is tied into that road, but so it is somewhat critical that Cedar Hills agrees to do this as well, because if Cedar Hills does not agree, then the county is essentially saying no deal. We're just going to kind of do our minimum work and we're going to carry on. So when we were discussing it with the mayor of Cedar Hills was in the room, and he says, I'm not sure where my council is. I'm not super positive that they're excited about this, and I asked if we send a letter of encouragement that our city council is okay with this, would that be helpful? He says that would be nice. So I've drafted the letter. In essence, it says, we support this. We're asking you to support it. And what their city manager told me is, he says, one of our sticking points is, in order to maintain that with the road, we would have to buy a new truck that's probably $150,000. So we're going to have this huge upfront capital cost just to plow this portion of road. So he said, would you guys be willing to contract? So they pay us. We already have the equipment to do it. So they would just pay us, and so they don't have to upfront the capital money, and they just pay us on the yearly basis. So what that number is, we haven't. What's that?
Are they open to that?
They suggested it.
Oh,
So
okay.
their city manager suggested it. I don't know where their council sits on that. So, but that's in the letter. It's saying we're willing to work with you. And the copy you have in front of you, Tina's has a couple tweaks. Grammar, she's usually good at getting the grammar a little better. Yep. Tina helps me with that. And then she also said we need some clarifying statements on, I refer to major improvements, clarify those. And then on the agreement, to make sure that it's clear that that's not a freebie that Pleasant Grove is going to offer. We're just willing to have you pay us, but we will provide the service. Are there any issues with this? And I have it signed, Mike Daniels, Mayor Pleasant Grove, and then in parentheses, I say on behalf of the elected officials of Pleasant Grove, so that they know that the elected officials are supportive, or the city council supportive as well. Any
Well,
questions?
so first of all, do we have the equipment sufficient to take care of?
Yes.
the Plow and all that kind of stuff?
That's assuming it snows.
Such a two-edged sword, that snow.
In the unlikely event that it snows. So, staff, council, what are your thoughts? You
Well,
guys okay with this?
I'm just thinking that, just make sure that every single base is covered with a letter to Cedar Hills, so that when we do enter into an agreement, that we don't have to go back and nag 10 years.
And for only
Yeah.
$250,000, we'd be happy to do
Let's
that.
throw the Harvey property on this one and get that worked out.
They seem litigious, don't they?
So the objective then is gonna be, you'll do the revisions, bring it back so we can review it, and then we'll send it on.
Well, if it's okay, I'll do the revisions and then I'll put on your desk to sign and we send.
Okay.
The revisions are not substantive as far as what's in here. It's grammar and clarification.
They'll have to rename it, it's not North County Road anymore.
Well, we,
North State?
100 East Canyon Road.
I know, but if we've swapped and the state now owns North County, is that what you told? is that
Yeah.
what you said? So it's not North County anymore?
Well, they named it.
It's still in the North County. It's not owned by North
County
County.
named it.
We'll let those guys worry about what that's.
I'm just teasing.
It was gonna be Timpanogos, what's the name of it? Timpview or whatever the name of their school is up there.
Lone Peak.
Lone Peak.
They have named.
They proposed the Timpanogos too, but the state
No, the county named it.
Okay.
So that's all I have. If there's
Thank you.
anything else. Okay.
All right, let's move to the draft agenda for May 5th.
I will want Mexican food.
What are we talking about?
Any fun having a look yesterday for some salsa? Anybody know
You wanna talk about that?
We just want to thank Molly for the cookies.
Yeah. thank
Getting us
you.
through a long meeting.
Anytime.
All right, so May 5th. Item 8A, we'll talk about the applicants for the interim city council member.
Yeah, can I talk about kind of how this is gonna go down?
Sure.
So Kathy, how many applications have you gotten so far? Three. It's gonna go really easy.
So
When
when
you
you
have
have
to May 2nd.
May 2nd's the deadline.
Okay, so they come in, are you gonna send us the applications or, well, in our packets or?
Yeah, we can, as soon as it closes, then we can send that all to you, so you can review that. The way we've done it in the past is they come and we have them take 3 to 5 minutes and talk a little bit about who they are and why they want to serve on the council. And then I think Tina's addressed a little bit about the executive session. The council can go into executive session and talk about the individuals. But while you're in executive session, you can't decide who you want. You come back into open session, you have that discussion, and then
somebody makes a motion that you appoint so-and-so and
So we have.
And you're not required to go into
Yeah,
executive
you don't
session
have to.
either. I mean, if there's only 3 applicants and they give their presentation and you don't have any questions or concerns, then you don't need to go into executive session. You just start making your motion.
So are we able to ask them questions up here after they've given their introduction or bio?
Were you,
Yeah,
you were
I
on
was.
when we appointed Heather Pack,
Yeah.
I mean, it was a couple years ago, but
Well,
same
the process is a
process.
little different than what happened, at least technically in that case.
Well, as far as the executive session, yes, but the open session stuff is.
Yeah, so Tina's kind of made it clear. I thought you were here, Ben, I'm not sure. Were you here? Okay. She's made it fairly clear that it's not to be decided in executive session.
Right.
So the most that we can do in executive session is if we've interviewed someone and somebody on the council has knowledge of a problem, we can go into executive session to discuss that problem. Otherwise, there's no need to go to executive session.
And is this mayor appointed?
No, this is not mayor appointed. This
It's
is
a
the
motion.
council.
No, it's a motion from
You
the
make a
council.
motion, somebody seconds it, you need 3 votes. If you get 3 votes, first person that gets 3 votes is in. If you don't get 3 votes, you keep moving. If we go through all the lists and nobody has 3 votes, then we put the names in a hat and draw them out. And the first name that's drawn out, right? First name that's drawn out is the person.
And is that like a state requirement?
Yeah. It says by lot. So you can throw dice, you can pick a card, you can put your names out of the hat. your
Whatever
odds,
method of random.
Whatever.
Take a Powerball number. This is again a different process than our memo where it describes very explicitly that we will have a vote, pull the names in a random order, and the mayor reads names, all vote who's in favor of person 1, 2, 3. And then if there's a tie, we have the mayor cast the deciding vote. This is set by statute. We got it.
That was a suggestion from Dave Church. That's not statute that it has to be done.
Well, I've read the code where it does talk about narrowing it to 2 candidates and then having a final vote.
It says, I think the statute says if you can't come to an agreement, then that's when you do the clause by law. If somebody doesn't get 3 votes,
But we don't have to go to each candidate and say yes or no, that one, yes or no, this one, yes or no.
you don't
We
have
just,
to.
someone can make a motion after all 3 we've interviewed or whatever, right?
Right, so if after the interviews, you have somebody that you want to put forward, you can make a motion and say, I nominate, choose so-and-so to fill the position. If that person gets 3 votes, then that's great. If you want to wait and do it the way that Dave Church suggests that you do it, and have each person in a random order and just the first person that gets 3 votes, you can do that as well. It's just, you can't go and decide it outside the public view and then come back in and have somebody make a motion and you all raise your hand.
So is there something in particular that the council might be concerned about with any of the methods that have been recommended?
I mean, we've probably decided now how it's gonna happen, so we're not, confusing everyone that night.
So as long as we don't go into executive session and make the decision, then what we can do is we can interview those that come forward. And this is assuming we've already cleared that they met the basic criteria. So we interview the ones that have met the criteria. And then as soon as they're done, someone can make a motion for whoever they want to nominate. And then if there's a second, then we put it to a vote. If there is no second, we wait until somebody nominates the next person. Are you guys comfortable doing it that way?
So I'm gonna pull up the code section.
Okay.
Just to talk through this. But my broadest concern is this. My sense of the law is that only in the most extreme of circumstances do we want an elected official chosen by the flip of a coin. Normally it happens when there's an absolute tie. In this case, we've got a mayor that can break a tie. And so in my view, there should not be a random element to the selection of who sits on this council,
Right.
unless we can absolutely avoid that.
Yeah.
And so,
You're probably not gonna need it.
yeah, I don't think we'll get to that point, but I think even if we were to entertain this alternate approach where we make a motion, I like candidate C, who's with me, seconded, 2 votes. Well, let's see what candidate A gets. We end up with no candidate getting 3 votes. I would prefer at that point to go to a procedure where we read each name at random. And then when we get a tie, we let the mayor break the tie.
Let's
I
go
don't
to,
wanna pull
let's
up.
go to the statute and just make sure we're following.
I'll pull it up.
Are we holding an executive session after this?
We are.
Everyone's good with this?
My wife just texted saying, thanks for the live feed. I know you're still alive. So thank you for those that are putting that on.
Thank you for the
So
live
it's all
feed.
it's all the spouses checking on us? It's not what-
I told my wife, because she'll text me, are you ever coming home? I said, just pull up the live feed.
Ah.
You'll see whether we're still going.
That's right, I never thought about.
Hey, Vicky! Should we go, Mayor, can we go on one, let's pull that up?
Should we just make the motion?
Well, we can go to some other items here on this
Look it
agenda.
up.
Okay.
I've got the code here.
Oh, you got it?
So this is Utah Code annotated 20A1510. And so I'm just gonna jump down to subsection C, Romanet 3. It says, in an open meeting, interview each person whose name was submitted for consideration and meets the qualifications for office regarding the person's qualifications. It says if, for any reason it's not filled within 30 days, you have to fill it. 2 persons having the highest numbers of votes for the municipal legislative body after a first vote is taken shall appear before the municipal legislative body, and the municipal legislative body shall vote again. If neither candidate receives a majority vote of the municipal body at that time, then the vacancy shall be filled by lot.
Right, so I guess I didn't ever get where you were getting the mayor casting a tie vote.
So that's a power inherent in the mayor's position. If there's a tie on this council, he can break that tie. And so we have to have a second vote with just 2 single candidates. And if it ends up a 2-2 split amongst the 4 of us, I think the tie gets broken here
So
before we
can
ever
we,
cast
can we
lots.
verify that by
I'll
the,
check that, I'll double check that.
I mean, just go ahead
That
and
wasn't my
read it.
understanding, but I'll check it.
So then I agree. I would rather have us.
I think it makes a lot more sense. I think we, if we had 5, if we had a 6-person council and we had 5, I just don't think we should ever have to get to a lot. I can't imagine a scenario where it gets to a lot if we're following the code.
So let's just verify, read the code and let's just verify that what you just said is the way we can do it.
Well, I just did. There's another statute that talks about the mayor's ability to cast a tie-breaking vote in the council, and I don't have the.
But is that part of this
So
one?
we're talking 2
That's-
different.
that's what I wanna get
So
to.
the election code is in 20A, and that's what we're talking about, how to fill a midterm vacancy. The talk about the mayor casting a tie vote breaker is found in the municipal section, which is Title 10. So I think what Councilmember Stanley is asking is he's assuming that because you have that right in the municipal section, that you also have that right in the election code. That's something the statute doesn't say, so I'm gonna clarify that.
Okay.
We'll research it, but.
How do you clarify that?
I'll call either the Lieutenant Governor's office and talk to Mark Thomas, or I'll call Dave Church, one of the 2.
But definitionally, he's a member of this legislative body, right?
Right,
But
but I'm
in
just
this
saying,
case,
it's not spelled out in the election code. The election code is pretty clear about how it works. It's not spelled out in there. It doesn't, if, I'm assuming that the legislature would say if the mayor had the right to cast a tie vote, they would have said something about that in that section. I could be wrong, but I'll double check.
Thanks. Yeah, from my perspective, as a matter of policy, we should not ever fill seats randomly if we can possibly avoid it.
Meeny, miny, moe.
Yeah, not my way of doing things.
It is actually done quite frequently. You'd be
When there's a
the
true
lot
tie,
thing
though.
with, yeah.
So
It
just to be
happened here
clear,
one year.
we're just gonna follow the law. Whatever the law says, that's what we're gonna do, right?
Agree.
And today is the 28th, and the meeting that we're talking about is next week.
That's correct.
So when do we get clarification on this?
I'll follow up tomorrow.
Okay. Perfect.
I'll send out an email.
But when does the application?
May 2nd.
So do we have any other questions on this? Okay. All right. 9, appoint and swearing of interim city council member. 9B, consider for approval a final plat for 2-lot subdivision called Sidwell subdivision located at 950 East, 900 South.
Just really quick back there, so the new council member that we voted in, Ben just now sits down. And we go to work.
We swear him in.
Swear him
You
in.
swear at them?
And then swear at him.
And they sit right next to you.
Sit right next to you.
Maybe somebody elect.
And they start.
Okay,
We have deer in the headlights.
so next week.
And they get to vote. Whether they understand.
Isn't it terrifying?
Okay, I'll just do a brief review of what's coming up on the planning agenda for city council. So we have that says preliminary, sorry, it should say final plat, but this has been reviewed by planning commission at the preliminary level. Sorry. So we had property that was originally divided illegally, in other words, outside of the city process. Subdivision would legalize these lots. So this is on 900 South, Sidwell property. So we've got, what happened to we've got currently divided ownership with this home right here with the rest of the property, although the city shows it all as one piece. So for them to divide it legally, they're going through this subdivision process to create a plat that will look like this. So,
Is there a home on the rest of it?
No.
not currently.
Okay, but so there must be some kind of plan.
A plan to build another home, yes.
What's my east and west here?
So north.
This north
I
is
know, but
up.
What is what's the?
If
the
north is up,
300
then,
east,
950.
oh, sorry.
950 east,
Yeah.
And 900 South.
90 south.
Okay.
So that's almost to the border.
Yeah.
Right?
The border would be just on the south boundary. Yeah.
Sorry, this is Wyndham. There is a little strip piece there.
Anything else on this one? Ken?
No.
Any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay, 9C, to consider for approval a final plat for a 5-lot subdivision called Newman Estates subdivision located at 7th North and 7th East.
Okay, so this is on the bend of the roadway there. It is a flag lot proposal. There are currently 2 homes so on the property, so it's proposed to be divided into 5 lots. The current homes have street access right here. This one just right on the corner of 700 and 700. And so the flag lot proposal will come up to access the rear portions of those lots. So currently you've got this was an ownership, but it's not an actual approved flag lot at this time. So this is the proposal. So you've got the 2 homes right here on the south, and then the access road will come up and access 3 additional flag lots. It has met the requirements for flag lot proposal and has received positive recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Okay, any questions? At the moment, it's just raw land, right?
Well, you got the 2 homes here on the
There are
south.
2 homes, okay. Okay,
So these homes are facing
South.
not the flag, obviously.
Right.
all right, item D, to consider for approval a 68-lot mixed housing development site plan and phasing plan called Garden Grove, located at approximately 15 South, 1300 West in the Grove Zone.
Okay, so this property is the Bean Robinson property on Proctor Lane, 1300 West. It includes 3 types of housing. It's an 8-acre parcel. So that puts it across the threshold, which requires 3 different types of housing. The code calls for the lowest density type of housing to take up the majority of the acreage. So you have 68 units at 8.45 units per acre. So that's fairly substantially lower than what the maximum allowable in that zone is at 12 units to the acre. The majority of the units are single-family homes, so they would be small lot single-family homes, similar somewhat to what's out in the Mayfield development, those small lot homes out there. But these will be situated, most of them anyway, will be situated as garden style, so that they have a rear load entry, but the homes will face each other in a garden type setting. And so I'll show a picture on that here in a minute, but there will be some other homes on the perimeter that will just be the standard loading onto the street. It also includes 17 townhomes and 10 live-work units. So this is the property aerial view at this time. There are a couple homes on the property, the entire property being sold for this proposed development. It's in the mixed housing sub-district of the Grove Zone. So here's a picture of the plat. So it shows the majority of the lots. These are all single-family homes with, you've got your entry for the vehicle through here, but you've got access into all of them with this shared common garden area through the middle. And that is also what's happening down in through here. So this whole area here is single-family homes. And this row along the top is also single-family homes. Then you got on the east side townhomes, and on the west side live-work units. So they've got some parking right up in front here, so that the bottom level, which faces a street, can be accessed and used for commercial shops or spaces. Okay, so there's a colored version of that same plan.
And what's the approximate house size?
They are between 1,800 to 3,000 square feet. So the homes really are not that small.
Good size home.
It's just they're closer together, smaller yards.
What should really look like that.
So is this more like a senior living retirement? kind of
No,
thing?
no, not intended to be, but that could be where it ends up more. So let's see, we've got a lot more with that, the landscape plan, just showing how they've got the proposed landscaping. There's some views of some of the homes. Most of them are 2-story. Well, all of the single family homes are 2-story. So they've got quite a bit of space there. Garden homes there again, that shows how they front each other, have a small 3-foot fence designating the yard area that they have, but still it feels more open between them.
Now, this is the marketing brochure.
Yeah.
This isn't, no,
That's the point. That's not necessarily.
that's
what
not
it looks like in real
necessarily
life.
the end product.
That's right. So there's townhomes. These aren't as pretty because they're not in color, but just your basic townhomes. But they do meet the design standards for the area. And then the live work units with the commercial space on the bottom floor with some parking up front. So that has gone through Planning Commission and the Design Review Board and has received positive recommendation.
Okay, questions? All right. So is this a different one?
Use the same project.
Well, you've got the site plan and then the plat, so same project.
So consider for approval a 68 lot mixed housing development final plat called Garden Grove, located at approximately 15 South, 1300 West. Same thing we just looked at, right?
Did you say kind of what the phasing plan was? It's to do it in
Yeah, that's a good question.
Two phases, north and south. I don't recall which one was first, but they're splitting it in half.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, item F, consider for adoption a resolution 2014-017, tentatively adopting the Pleasant Grove city budget.
Dean talked about that earlier. That's going to be in the tentative budget.
Okay.
Just go ahead and move that off.
Required by state law for us to adopt it.
Contemplation at the light.
Nice.
Trying my state law.
Anything else?
I haven't know why, yeah.
Okay, item G, to consider for adoption resolution 2015-018, authorizing the mayor to declare several items as surplus, which include, we have to read all of
Et
this?
cetera, no.
Okay.
Three
Five.
fire apparatus, or four
Okay.
fire apparatus, and then
And then
Copper wiring, all
anything we
kinds of
think
stuff.
might be of value at the pipeline properties.
Oh, this is pipe plant stuff?
All right. Item H, business license for Kevin Shirtliff.
That may not go forward. Mr. Shirtliff has approached Carol in the business licensing department a couple of weeks ago and has a sort of a new type of business that hasn't been done before. There are some, it involves some storage of ethanol, alcohol. And so we have to give local consent per the state statute. He was supposed to get with Kathy and actually, arrange for being on the agenda, and he hasn't done that yet. So if he
Is
has
this a
no,
placeholder?
yeah, so it's just a placeholder until we find out whether or not he's moving forward.
So if he has everything, then
It'll
he's
be
on the agenda, otherwise we'll just. Okay, and then nothing else on there. Okay. Libby? You'll have a name, we'll have a name next week for.
I think so.
All right, John, did you have anything? Okay, Ken? David?
No.
Theo?
Nope.
Lynn? Lynn, this is your last
Lynn.
official meeting.
Don't ever count me out.
There you go. Oh, we appreciate you. Now, is tomorrow the farewell? Thursday.
Thursday.
All right.
he's gonna come in and complain about roads.
He's on a fixed income. Yeah.
We understand.
You know what my demographic is.
We empathize with you.
That's so cute.
Okay. Dave? Nothing? Mike? Okay. Sherry?
While we were here, we had a Dia de los Niños activity over at the library. It's Day of the Child.
Oh.
And there were about 90 kids over there. And we got sponsorship for it from the state and also from, draw blank, but we did get a grant for that. And so every child got a book as part of the program.
That's really good.
Yeah,
Muy bien.
Wow.
gracias.
Okay. She's bilingual. Nothing?
Just to update the council on the Public Works Director position. We have received the applicants. The mayor and I finally had an opportunity to sit down today. We're going to get it narrowed down to a certain number and hold first round of interviews next week, and then make a recommendation to the council on 3 to 5 for the council to interview. So that could be the 12th or the 19th, one of those 2 days. We'll do those interviews. So I'll let you know that's in process. And that's it.
How many applicants total?
24,
Whoa.
some good ones too.
Okay, Tina?
Nothing.
Megan?
Executive session.
What?
Just the executive session.
Executive session, okay. Kathy? Nothing? Diana?
Yes, two things. A gentleman approached me who is collecting signatures. So Tina, this is a question for you. He's collecting signatures for the referendum for the BRT to have it put to vote.
Yes.
And he's just wondering if he could set up a table at the fireman's breakfast. Okay.
You can set it up on the sidewalk, right?
in the park.
Well, he actually can't set it up on the sidewalk because that's blocking the public right of way. He can hold a demonstration on the sidewalk if he wants and walk up and down with a sign, but he can't set something up and block the sidewalk.
So you can stand on the sidewalk and hold.
Clipboard.
For
Yeah,
people
he
to
could
sign
do
up
that
on.
if he wanted.
On the sidewalk.
It's just we can't use any public money, funds, property to influence a ballot proposition. So there, I think there would be an argument that if we're allowing him to come in a city-sponsored
Yeah.
event and be at the fire station to collect those signatures, that would be allowing him to use public resources to influence a ballot decision. Does that make sense?
The sidewalk's considered form.
The sidewalks are public forum.
And the next thing is that, for years and years and years, Scott Fugel has been in charge of Strawberry Days concessions. And it has gotten bigger and bigger, and his job has gotten bigger and bigger, and now he has some responsibilities outside of Strawberry Days. He is not going to be able to do it any longer.
It's still this year, right?
He's going to finish out this year, but we need to find a replacement for the Strawberry Days concession. So I'm just putting it out there, if anybody knows of anybody that would want to take that on.
So the committee's finding the replacement, they just need some help with names, is that right?
They're actually looking for a couple, possibly a couple people.
So they're thinking of dividing it up into like just rodeo food, strawberries, so. Oh,
Is
yeah.
that the only volunteer position Scott fills?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be hard to replace, because that's a massive job.
So so literally from January on, it's been consuming. So, and right now it's just a lot of stress for him. We probably should have gotten him some help this year, but,
Well, no deal, if we could find someone quickly, they could learn the ropes from him and help him.
and he mentioned
That's what they're
that.
hoping for.
And he mentioned that last night, or, yeah, last night. So maybe, 3, 4 people.
Anybody that's retiring soon might want to take that on.
Hey, he's the grand marshal, he doesn't need to do anything.
He gets to
All
ride.
righty.
Anything else down?
No.
Okay. Ben,
I'm good.
that's it. Cindy? Okay. Any plats? Calendar?
You know that event, center, open house?